Dear speakers, dear guests, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome you here to Drouot as Vice Chairwoman to welcome this international colloquium devoted to Catalogues Raisonnés. Mr. Gicolo, our chairman, unfortunately is abroad and he asks your indulgence for his absence. Now, the selling schedule does things right because we're going to have a very important Picasso painting adjudicated today. This painting was only known because of a black and white photo in the Picasso archive, and we lost all trace of it. And that colleague came across it, and today it will be here in Drouot. So this goes to show the tight links existing between the auctioneers and the artistic community, and therefore the Catalogues Raisonnés. We're lucky enough today to welcome 15 speakers coming from France, the United States, and the UK, 3 of whom will be joining us remotely. I'd like to thank all of you for attending and sharing with us your expertise. I'd also like to pay thanks to Harry Belle and Ekaterina Bembel, who will be moderating the roundtables. I'd also like to thank our Artists Register and the Young Business Club, who've sponsored this conference and made it therefore possible in the first place. This particular event it has borne out of a partnership between Drouot and the CRIS Association at the initiative of Mr. Gicolo's, his initiative. And we wanted to create an arena of thinking around the essential role of Catalogues Raisonnés in research, in the legal field, but also in the art world and the art market. So the conference will cast light on deontology, best practices, and searches for provenance, but also looking at digital tools, scientific analysis, authentication, and the circulation of knowledge. I wish all of you a fabulous day, rich in thought, and hopefully a good professional to and fro. And let me hand over now to Ekaterina Bembel, who is a researcher at the researcher and chairwoman of CRIS. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, a little less than a year ago, Mr. Gicolo met me here in Drouot to talk about the Catalogues Raisonnés. The idea of an international conference was born from our meeting. As chairwoman of the International Raisonné Catalogue Society, it was important for me to mark the launch of our partnership with a major event such as this. So, as I say, it's now become a reality thanks to the generous support of the Drouot Auction House. I'd like to pay thanks to this latter. You've all, in all likelihood, benefited from the fabulous Art Week, which is currently underway in Paris with important exhibitions opening their doors and lots of about art fairs. But why talk about Catalogues Raisonnés in that backdrop? Well, the answer is pretty straightforward. To have an inventory of authenticated works is a source of reassurance for protagonists in the art world and facilitates art researchers' work. By casting my eye around this full room, one thing comes across very forcibly. The Catalogues Raisonnés is a subject which is of interest to a broad array of professionals and art enthusiasts. So I'm particularly delighted because of that, and I'd like to urge all those who show an interest in this field to join us by becoming a member of our freshly established association. Our prime vocation is to further an exchange of views and experiences and practices among authors of these catalogues, as well as everybody involved somewhere or another in the production of these crucial works. My thanks go to all those who've offered me support throughout the readying of this particular event. On the side of Drouot, Mr. Gicolo, Mathieu de Monte, Sophie Dufresne. Now on the CRIS side, Isabelle Helman, Benjamin Baucher, and lastly, the Restellini outfit. We have Adrian Restellini and Marc Restellini. Without his unshakable support, I wouldn't be here on this stage today. My thanks also go to you, Noemi. Thank you very much for this fabulous work of art, which has become the icon of today's conference. My thanks also go to all the speakers, and in particular, all those who have made the trip from abroad to join us here physically in this room. Also, my thanks to Harry Belle, our moderator, as well as you in the auditorium, and of all those who are following this event remotely. Lastly, I would also like to warmly thank our sponsor, our association's sponsor, who has supported us in making this possible. And also the database for stolen works of art, provenance register, the business club of professionals in the art market. Also, two further comments before we continue. Now, there'll be a photo shoot and a video shoot throughout our conference. Second, we have a slight amendment to roundtable number 3. Unfortunately, Professor Tristan Azzi couldn't be with us, but we're welcoming Stephen Schindler, who is Schindler, Cohen and Oshman LMP law firm partner, and he'll be joining us online. So let me formally and officially declare this event officially open, and I can hand on to Harry Belle, the moderator of our first roundtable. Thank you very much, Ekaterina. Thanks for your attendance. On my part, I'd also like to thank the artists, thanks to whom we're all here, I think, and in particular pay tribute to a pioneer, Claude Gelée, who was probably the first Catalogues Raisonnés that emerged, and he did, well, a lot of his, he did copies of his own work, and people drew inspiration from his pioneering work. His portfolio of drawings obviously changed over the century. He is now seen in the 200 works that appear in his catalogue that we can see in London Museum. What they are. So lots of people have drawn inspiration from that, and possibly less well-known examples more recently. And we have Gerhard Richter. He has done his own Catalogues Raisonnés, and that exhibition is at the Vuitton Foundation. We've got 6 volumes of sculpture and a painting. A seventh one is underway. We have a catalogue in 6 volumes of photos, or painted photos, and 1 volume on drawings and another one on art works. So as you can understand, for an artist, well, it's not he didn't do it by his own hand, but of course he's sitting behind it. For getting an artist embarking on such a pursuit, not everybody would take that on lightly. So I think we need to pay tribute to those who are involved in that project. Now, let's see who we have. We have Dr. Sharon Flesher. Over to you.
Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Thank you very much, Harry, and for all of you for inviting me. I'm actually delighted. I'm going to speak in English, as you've already seen. I'm delighted to participate in this conference and to speak. I've been asked to speak and give an overview, so mine is longer than usual. talk about the evolving Catalogues Raisonnés field in recent years, so not going all the way back to the first Catalogue Raisonné by Gersain in the 18th century, but the recent years. And the following anecdote is a good example of how the field has been evolving. In 2001, as executive director of IFAR, the International Foundation for Art Research, from which I retired a year or so ago, and as executive director emerita, I organized a pioneering conference, pardon me, on Catalogues Raisonnés. It was entitled Catalogues Raisonnés and the Authentication Process, where the ivory tower meets the marketplace, where academia meets the marketplace, effectively. When the conference announcement came out, a colleague asked me why on earth I was organizing the conference. Is anyone even interested in Catalogues Raisonnés anymore? I responded, I certainly hoped so, because I had spent more than a year organizing the conference, had lined up 23 speakers over a 2-day period. And so I had a lot invested, and IFAR, in this conference. It turned out that I was right. Despite the fact that the conference was scheduled for 2 months after the terrorist attack of September 11th, when people were afraid to even come to New York City, more than 200 people showed up at the conference, and it was not free. And the IFAR journal devoted to the conference proceedings was one of our all-time best sellers. That said, it was a legitimate question, because the art historical world was in the throes of so-called theoretical art history and sociological art history. But the pendulum has swung back, or certainly long ago it was beginning to swing back and has swung back. So now we have conferences like this one, and organizations like the Catalogues Raisonnés Scholars Association in the United States, of which I'm a member, and ICRA in England, and resources like IFAR's very unique online Catalogues Raisonnés database that I created and launched in 2008. Sadly, it's not currently available. And no one would ask that same question today. So why did things change, and in what way? In the brief moments that I have today, I'm going to try to answer at least some of that. First is the resurgence of object-based art history as opposed to theoretical and sociological art history. And in turn, this has spurred interest in fields like the history of collecting and provenance research. The latter, I believe, is at least partially in response to the interest in repatriation and spoliation issues, particularly in connection with objects believed to have been looted during World War II. Provenance research is by definition object-based research. Just by definition, it is. And Catalogues Raisonnés, and by this I mean literally reasoned catalogs and not monographs and biographies. In fact, on our database, we were very careful to make that distinction. They are Catalogues Raisonnés, okay, are crucial tools for provenance research. Of course, they're also very important, and always will be, for authentication research and attribution research. That has been the historical use, if you will. Now it's expanded into the other area. Excuse me. Good provenance researchers know that you must consult often multiple catalogues raisonnés for the same artist and even the same object. For example, de la Faye's very respected catalogue raisonné on Van Gogh, or as the French call him, Van Gogh, one has multiple editions. One was in 1928, another was in 1939, and there's a posthumous edition completed by a committee in 1970. These books have different provenance for some of the same objects. And it makes sense to reason because it takes many years often to update and do a catalogue raisonné. Similarly, for the Austrian artist Egon Schiele, where in a restitution claim involving his now very famous Portrait of Wally from 1919, it was significant that the catalogue, it was significant that the provenance information in the 1972 catalogue raisonné by Rudolf Leopold differed dramatically from the provenance in Otto Collier's previous catalogues raisonné of 1930 and 1966. If you had only researched Leopold's 1972 catalogue, you wouldn't know that the pre-World War II owner, to whose family the painting was ultimately restituted after 12 years of legal battles in the United States and Austria, you wouldn't know that she had even owned the painting because Leopold actually deleted her name from his provenance. So what else has changed? Well, there's a growth in online digital catalogs. In 2001, at the time of IFAR's conference, before I created our Catalogue Raisonné database, although I announced at that conference that I was already working on it, there were only a few online catalogs. And many of these were CDs attached as supplements to existing printed catalogs. By 2023, the last year for which I have some data relating to this, that number had grown dramatically. There were, at that point, 468 digitized print catalogs, meaning there's a hard copy version, but also a digital one. And there were 193 so-called born digital online catalogs, meaning they didn't exist in hard copy at all. Another way to look at this is that in 2016, the only year for which I have any figures on this, only a little more than 1% of published catalogs were online, whereas in the same year, 18% of catalogs in preparation were planning to be online, and another 22% were planning to be both online and digital. Now, not all of these necessarily came to fruition that way, but it does show you the trend. My guess is the numbers would be even higher now. Not only is this increased number due to practical considerations, it takes less time, you don't have to take the time to publish, it's easier to update, and there's going to be a discussion about this today, so I'm not going to go into it. But in addition, many people believe, although I'm not so sure I agree with this, that online catalogs are less vulnerable to lawsuits because, in essence, they're never completed. You know, the United States, I needn't tell you, is a very litigious country. Related to this, so another evolving trend and change is that many catalogues raisonnés no longer even use that name. Some of them call themselves catalogue critique, oeuvre, or oeuvre catalogue, or other things. Also, I think, in perhaps a mistaken belief that they will be less vulnerable to lawsuits, and we know there's going to be a legal discussion later today. I don't know whether they will address this. The fear of lawsuits remains. In fact, it's the one thing that has not changed over the years. Really, it hasn't. It's the very reason that IFAR, my organization, was created more than 50 years ago. It's always been a concern, particularly in the United States, although I think it's spreading worldwide. In my own opinion, the fear of lawsuits is exaggerated, but it is a valid concern. The last major recent change that I'll mention is that publications, whether online or hard copy, print, have grown more substantive over the years. Dora Valier's very respected Catalogues Raisonnés on Henri Rousseau is little more than a list of objects with pictures. And it's very respected catalog at the time. Compare this to Daniel Wildenstein's Catalogues Raisonnés on Gauguin, where his first two volumes, he died subsequently, where his first two volumes cover Gauguin's early years and don't even really get to Brittany, let alone Tahiti. The Wildenstein-Plattner Institute is now completing that catalog, and they're making the remaining volumes, if we can use that term, digital for now. Of course, not all Catalogues Raisonnés today are substantive or of great quality, and not all were superficial years ago. But it is a general trend, and the expectation is along those directions. These are all the evolving trends that I have time for, but another one, the trend toward committees making decisions rather than individuals, is one that will be discussed by others today. So I hope I've given you at least a brief overview and introduction, some food for thought to the conference that's going to take place during the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Fletcher. David?
David.
You hear me? We don't have sound here.
Oh, okay, but I'm speaking. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's great.
Great. Thank you. Well, basically, first of all, I'm really sorry not to be with you today to hear the conference in person, but I'm in Italy olive picking. But nevertheless, I'm very grateful for this opportunity to discuss the I'm sandwiched between two experts. I think Dr. Fletcher's account was really interesting, and certainly you're going to hear a different side from David in due course. I came into publishing from bookselling. I worked for an antiquarian book dealer, a specialist book dealer in St. James's, and so was fully aware of the European Catalogues Raisonnés. And I worked then for Phaidon in the last days of their academic publishing. And they have sadly transformed themselves, as have Thames and Hudson, to remove themselves away from that the selling of Catalogues Raisonnés because of all the issues we're going to hear about in due course. Currently, I work for Yale University Press in London, in the London office. Yale has been publishing for over 117 years. They started in New Haven in 1908. And the London office was started in 61, mainly to work alongside the Paul Mellon Foundation and to help them with their own publishing, which during the 80s had their sort of halcyon period of dealing with the Catalogues Raisonnés of Blake, Turner and Constable, all books that had taken many years to actually produce. New Haven have then continued with that. We work both as a publisher, but also as a distributor. when I say that New Haven have worked alongside the estates of Robert Motherwell, Georgia O'Keeffe, Jasper Johns, René Magritte, etc. And the Catalogues Raisonnés are not just fine art. More recently, they worked with the Whitney to produce the Warhol Catalogues Raisonnés of films, the second volume, etc. So in the UK, we also have worked as a distributor.
Yes, I really do apologize, but there's a back.
Sorry, should I continue?
Sorry. Yes.
Sorry. Okay. More recently, we have worked alongside Modern Art Press on the Lucian Freud catalogue of paintings and drawings, William Nicholson and other artists, etc. Our knowledge of digital publishing is very limited. I was intrigued to hear what Sharon was talking about, the numbers of digital catalogues. The Mellon, who is our sister institution, have produced two catalogue raisonnés, one on Francis Town, the other on Richard Wilson, and they are on free open access, so they're available to all. They have learnt a lot from these two, but the cost and the economics of keeping these running have meant that they have stopped producing more in a digital version, and it's going to be interesting to see quite where that goes. Yale themselves have a body called the A&E Portal. That is a subscription-based offer that is picked up by institutions now around the world. We have made available digitally the Anfam Rothko Catalogues Raisonnés, which is still in print, so both are available. And more recently, they actually digitized all 9 volumes of the Singer-Sargent Catalogues Raisonnés, which was a great opportunity to bring back into print a Catalogues Raisonnés where half the volumes were out of print and were unable to be reprinted. And they've now got the complete 9 volumes available to all. As I say, they're on a subscription basis, so available through the universities and people who subscribe to it. So that's the sort of background to Yale and the Catalogues Raisonnés. The question that I was then asked was how these are financed. Again, I'm sure within the audience we have people who know just as much as I do on this. The Catalogues Raisonnés always have to have some form of financial underpinning. And it has evolved greatly and changed greatly over the last 50 years. Talking to my predecessor at Yale, she was explaining how the function of the institutions and the museums who has supported individuals into research, working alongside their own work, has changed dramatically. Certainly in the UK, and it may be worldwide, the museums are facing financial hardships, and the demands on the curators are such that they rarely seem to have the time to be able to spend producing the Catalogues Raisonnés. But when you look back into the publishing that we did, certainly of those in the 80s and 90s, these were all individuals employed within museums who were able to then produce the Catalogues Raisonnés alongside their daily work. So this was really the sort of the halcyon days. More recently, we worked with Carmen Bambach. She produced, it isn't called a Catalogues Raisonné, but effectively it's sort of what it is, which is the Leonardo da Vinci rediscovered. And that was 24 years in the making of her being contracted by Yale, and then the final publication of the book. So where we work now is working directly with the estates. The estates are either incredibly wealthy, or they have money which is they receive for the copyright, the use of copyright of the images or sale of works, alongside galleries who obviously have a financial interest in promoting a certain artist, or even individual supporters. So basically, as a publisher, and we are a charitable publisher, there is no way that we could finance a Catalogues Raisonnés without that financial support in the actual production of the book, And of course, what we don't talk about is the many years of research, the time that's spent in that by the individuals, and more of that anon. My next question was how these catalogues are decided. I can only talk about my most recent experience, which is that as a university press, any publication we proceed with starts off with a detailed proposal. We send this out to academic readers who remain anonymous, but the readers come back to us. People like Dr. Flesher will be asked about this, people who are known to the university or to us. We have anonymous reports. These are then shared with the author who responds. We have to do a costing. The costing is worked out as to what the overall cost of the book is to be, including all the editorial and production costs, etc. That is then presented to the committee. In my case, it is presented online to New Haven and London, and the discussion goes on as to whether we will take it. And that final decision is based both on the reports, and these reports are generally enthusiastic, but occasionally they can be negative, but we take that on board and we discuss that with the authors, and the economics. So it goes through a procedure before the publication is proceeded with. And my last question was, what are the most recent publications and the forthcoming publications? So for every Catalogues Raisonnés that is a financial success, there are others which remain in the backlist for many years. The two catalogues which have been not perhaps the most surprising, but have had the longest life in most recent years, are David Anfan's Rothko Catalogues Raisonnés, which was published in 1998. It's now undergone several reprints. The most recent was 2 years ago, and we've sold 15,000 copies to date. And at the same time, the last printing we also then put onto the portal. We made this available digitally with a big concern as to whether that digital would harm the sales of printed. But in fact, we are now just about to go out of stock again, and it looks very likely that we will have to reprint. And this catalogue, David sadly has died recently, as we know. This catalogue was never revised or changed or corrected, so it is still that same first printing. And the same goes with Lampert's Catalogues Raisonnés of Ekaterina, which was printed in 2007. And again, we're staggered that this one still goes on and on. We're on our 6th reprint, 12,000 copies to date. And as I say, these are unique. Not every catalogue sells this sort of numbers. So it's... one can't, the Rothko one can explain, I think, in as much as the ongoing interest is there, etc. The big exhibitions happen. The UNOGLO, I'm just surprised. Every dealer, every collector surely has one, and yet the demand is still there. So more recently, in my time at Yale, the Catalogues Raisonnés that has come out the most recently is, again, a surprising one. Walter Crane, the children's book illustrator, or the illustrator. This particular Catalogues Raisonnés is of his colour books. And again, this is a project that has been many years in the making. The exciting thing about this one is that of the 400 plus books that are discussed in detail and illustrated, it's very handsome. Over 200 are works that are newly attributed to him, that through a series of research by the author, which has included going through the ledger books, etc. She has proven that these books are by him, and so this is creating a new interest in a whole series of books that were previously unattributed. And the reason why this one worked financially was that it was a co-production between Yale University Press and Princeton University Press, who had funding from their children's library, which meant that we could proceed with that one. On the distribution front, the Lucien Freud Catalogue Raisonnés of prints, and then more recently paintings, came out earlier this year. And again, this was financed directly by the Freud estate. And again, that is based on the money that comes into them via DAX, via picture fees, etc., to enable that to happen. We're also just about to announce a new distribution arrangement with Stolp, the Swedish publisher, and Hilma of Klint is a catalogue raisonné that they have already produced, but we will be handling for the first time. And again, that will have an extended life because of the Paris exhibition next year, and there's also one in Dublin. Perhaps most exciting out of all of the projects coming up is Marc Restellini's Modigliani Catalogue Raisonné that we are publishing in March. Many of you will know this has been worked on for almost 30 years. We've been working with Marc and the Institut Restellini for 5 or 6 years now. And this will be 6 volumes coming out in March 2026. So that is sort of imminent. And also in the future, we're still waiting for the Rothko Drawings Catalogue Raisonné, which will come out from the National Gallery of Art in Washington. And the interesting thing there is that unless things have changed, they are still unsure as to whether they start with a digital catalogue raisonné so that then additions can be made, or they do the printed version first and then do the digital in due course. The curator, Adam Greenau, when we last spoke to him, was unsure as to how this will, in what form this will initially be produced. But it just sort of the ongoing interest in catalogue raisonné continues. That is the questions that I was asked. And now I think back to Harry for comparing.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate. Well, David Gross.
Hello. Can you guys hear me? Okay, good. Well, thank you to Drouot and l'Association CRIS for inviting me. So I am the editorial director and chief digital officer at Cahiers d'Art Institute, which is a publisher of Catalogues Raisonnés, primarily digital, but we also do books. And I've been working there since 2021, but this has my role there has evolved out of an earlier role where I was the co-founder and president of an organization called Artifacts Press, which was founded in 2009 as a publisher of Catalogues Raisonnés. That was something that was co-founded with Pace Gallery. And as Sharon said, the digital Catalogues Raisonnés they pre-existed, certainly 2009, but they were still at that moment, they were rare, and it was, I think that at the time, a lot of people working on Catalogues Raisonnés treated them with some degree of skepticism, and I think it was definitely designed. Anyone working on a Catalogues Raisonnés wanted a book first. And I'm happy to say, having seen this field evolve over, I guess, 16 years now, that the digital Catalogues Raisonnés is very well established. And I think what's interesting, and I'll come back to this in a second, but another trend that we're seeing that's a much more recent one is the idea of the hybrid Catalogues Raisonnés. So some combination of a book and digital together. In 2009, we set up Artifacts Press as we thought of it as a publisher of Catalogues Raisonnés. And so what that meant was we, on the one hand, were developing a software platform, and we still maintain that. We have a proprietary system, but we also had a research and publishing program. We started with a couple of anchor Catalogues Raisonnés. Those included Agnes Martin and Sol LeWitt, wall drawings. The Agnes Martin was published in 2 volumes. Paintings came out in 2017, works on paper in 2019. The Sol LeWitt wall drawings, I believe, was 2018. We've published to date 9 digital Catalogues Raisonnés. We have a dozen more in progress. We are completing a Liu Fan sculpture Catalogues Raisonnés. We have Robert Irwin installations catalog that's about to be done. We've recently published our first bilingual catalog, which is for Tunga. This is in both Portuguese and English. So we, when I say that we were set up as a publisher, I think that was sort of the initial kind of, let's say, innovation that we brought to this, which is that we were not simply providing a software platform, but we were fostering Catalogues Raisonnés and in many cases actively creating them. People on my team were actively creating them. Having now worked on this for quite some time, we've published, as I said, 9. We have several more that are in progress. We've seen a range of different artists, different types of work, as well as different practical challenges. So we've seen different budgets, we've seen different timelines, we've seen different expectations. And I think as a result, we're now able to consult a lot on Catalogues Raisonnés. So, and that consultation, on the one hand, can be sort of conceptual questions relating to how to catalog work, and on the other hand, very practical information about how to think about budgets, how to think about publication, practicalities. In 2021, we left our partnership with Pace Gallery and have a new partnership with Cahiers d'Art, the French art publisher. We're now called Cahiers d'Art Institute, so we are US-based, but with an affiliation with this French publisher. And that has enabled us, first of all, it's enabled us to develop relationships with projects that were previously working with Cahiers d'Art. So they have published 2 volumes of Ellsworth Kelly, Catalogues Raisonnés, and with several more to come, and 1 of Frank Gehry, again with several more to come. This has also enabled us to get into book publishing. And so we find ourselves at an interesting moment now where we've digitized books. So we've digitized the 2 volumes of the Ellsworth Kelly. Those are not yet publicly released through our platform, but they are there and will be shortly. We're also going in the reverse order. So the Agnes Martin Catalogues Raisonnés that I mentioned will be, we're in discussions about doing this as a book, and it will be distributed and co-published with Yale Press. We also had a recent situation where we're essentially done with Liu Fan Catalogues Raisonnés of sculpture. It was initially planned to be digital, and at the last moment, the artist decided he wanted a book first. And so we are transitioning into this. That will also be a sort of Yale Press co-publication. And I think what's really interesting is that people are beginning to now experiment with these hybrid models. I think there are a lot of different ways to think about this. As I said, we have a situation where we have books that are becoming digital. We have digital born that are becoming books. We have another situation where we've been working for many years with the artist and now the State of Carl Andre. We've been talking about a book in digital. Our discussions go back and forth as to which is coming first, and I'm not quite sure yet which it will be. I think that there's a lot of opportunity in thinking about doing both of them. There obviously are strengths to each medium. Books are, there's the prestige of the object. There is the joy of the object. So these are beautiful books. The photography can obviously be quite beautiful. They're very, I think that when it comes to lengthy texts, it's preferable in a book. The advantages of the digital, some of these are obvious. I mean, you can update and correct it. The publication process is much more seamless. So you can go from essentially the research platform that is being used to compile the Catalogues Raisonnés directly into a book directly into a publication without having to go through an entire design process. And what that means is that the information that is published is going to be accurate up until the moment of the research, as opposed to there being, in many cases, a multi-year delay between the completion of the manuscript and bringing out the book. Other advantages of digital are that you can take advantage of multimedia, which is not only, let's say, fun, but actually gives you many new ways to document work, especially artwork in less traditional mediums, ephemeral installation work, time-based work, where photography is not necessarily the ideal medium, or there may be challenges with the quality of photography or the availability of photography. Well, I'll stop there on the book versus the digital. Should I just keep going, or were there questions? Okay. Another thing that I was asked was about blockchain. This is something that comes up often because I'm the digital guy, and so everyone asks about blockchain. I think that I'll share some thoughts on this. I think there are many different applications of blockchain with art and specifically, let's say, in Catalogues Raisonnés. One sort of simple application is the idea that if you put a digital record on the blockchain, it theoretically is secure and authenticated, and therefore this protects against the idea of a digital catalog being hacked. I think that this is an interesting use case. I think the actual concern about digital Catalogues Raisonnés being hacked is extremely exaggerated, though, I would say. It's something that has never happened with us, and we have all kinds of protections in place to protect against this. And let's say even if there were a hack, it would be very easy to revert to the pre-hacked version of it. Nonetheless, I think this is a useful use of blockchain. Should I keep going? Yeah. No? Okay.
The blockchain was my question, so I'm very happy to help me. Y a-t-il des questions dans le public?
Do you have any questions from the audience? We do have some.
My question is particularly for Marc and David. There's a lot of talk of providing data to big technology companies who are training large language models. I was wondering what's the position of over the Catalogues Raisonnés, and are you supplying it as training data for ChatGPT?
No.
That's a good question.
That's a good question. That's not one I prepared for. I think there are copyright concerns with that. I think there's and by the way, I didn't prepare for this question. There is now the discussion of how can we utilize AI with Catalogues Raisonnés. Now, there's an obvious concern, which is that one of the primary missions, if not the primary mission of the Catalogues Raisonnés, is to have a 100% secure list of artworks. And the idea that one could create a situation where you could call that into question is a real concern. So I would say, first of all, that any use of AI with this field, within this field, there should be, one should always try to, I think, validate the information. I think there are a lot of interesting potential uses of big data with Catalogues Raisonnés. I mean, I've been very interested in the idea of taking a lot of Catalogues Raisonnés of many artists whose careers overlapped, and looking at sort of exhibition histories and the movement of artworks across different exhibitions, across different owners, and looking at this geographically and looking at this over time. I think there are a lot of interesting things that can come out of that. I think with AI, we have to wait and see. Maybe I just should have said that and ended there.
Question avant la pause.
So last question before we go to the break.
My name's Amanda. I've got two questions. One I think is mainly for David. David, when you're talking about digital and also hard copy Catalogues Raisonnés, typically does the digital content mirror that found in the hard copy, and or does it evolve? Does the digital evolve more if you've got a fixed snapshot in time with the hard copy? That's my question number one. My question number two is just about accessibility and whether you've had an opportunity to getting data about different readerships, whether digital is accessed by a greater variety of people rather than hard copies that can be significant volumes and quite expensive.
Okay, thank you. The book is a snapshot of data. So whether you do a book first or digital first, the book is necessarily, like by definition, a snapshot. The relationship of the two is something that could depend on the practicalities of the given situation. I mean, first of all, which one are you doing first? Obviously, the two can work well in tandem if you have the idea of a book, which is a prestige object, which is a snapshot of time that is produced at a moment when the research is ready for a book, and then you have a digital platform that can be updated over time. I also think that something that we'll probably see more, I mean, I even know this from working on books and digital in parallel, that there's space concerns in books. And so there's a question of, are we going to abbreviate literature histories in a book? I think there's a secondary question. Do we even want to think of a bibliography as sort of putting that in the annex? Let's put that in the digital only. We don't need to have pages in the book. Let's take advantage of what the book does well, and we don't necessarily want to dedicate 50 pages to a bibliography. The second question about readership, yeah, I mean, the books have very limited print runs. We obviously can't see what the readership is, but I mean, they are very finite. And they're difficult sells, and there are very few of them produced. And, you know, Marc spoke about some success stories of Catalogues Raisonnés going into multiple editions, but that's certainly not the norm. And so the digital can have a much wider readership, and also its life, you know, I mean, anyone can access it at any time. So it's really not restricted by the moment of publication and the limitations of that moment of publication.
I'd like to just, if I may add, and Harry gave me permission, something to the answer and regarding the question. There are resources, and we did it on our Catalogues Raisonnés database, the online database. We linked to these. There are resources that will tell you what library has a copy of the Catalogues Raisonnés that you're interested in. So on our database, but we, as I said, we borrowed this from other resources. The Getty has produced some of these, but not only the Getty, that will tell you. So in New York City, we were lucky because there were several research libraries, the New York Public, Columbia, and the Metropolitan Museum in particular, that had a lot of Catalogues Raisonnés. And we could tell immediately, we checked every Catalogues Raisonné that existed in the hard copy and made comments about it for our database. There were a few we couldn't get access to, but in the city alone, admittedly New York is unusual, we were able to find the catalogs. But we mentioned in whatever city, the computer could read what city you were checking from and tell you where the nearest copy of the Catalogues Raisonnés was. That's one thing. Two, the expansion of the digital is not just a thank you to wonderful organizations like David's and the predecessor Artifacts and others, but more and more hard copies have given permission to digitizers to digitize the existing, so that addresses the question you asked, the existing copy. Many of these are in copyright, and so they can't be done without permission, but particularly during COVID, when libraries were closed, certainly all over the United States and in many other countries, this was crucial. And something called Internet Archive, which is a nonprofit, but you should support it. They ask you when you go on it to give some money, and it's worth giving because they really did some wonderful things. They digitized and made accessible. Some of that accessibility has been clawed back, if you will, by the copyright holders now that COVID is no longer the issue that it was. But many, many catalogs were digitized. So they exist in hard copy, and the exact publication has been digitized. The page, the images, etc. I could go on, and just the one other answer, there's a generational aspect to this. Most older people, in which I include myself, are more used to hard copy and trust it more, don't feel necessarily comfortable checking the digital with all the bells and whistles. So that's a part of the answer as well. But that's all there's time for.
Hi, everyone. I am the Global Head of Research for Impressionist and Modern Art at Sotheby's. Oh, I almost said Christie's. There you go. At Sotheby's, where I have been for 18 years. I've never worked at Christie's. And I have been focusing in this particular area for about 15 years. And through that, I get to use Catalogues Raisonnés for authors spanning from Boudin and Monet through Pablo Picasso and Juan Miró. So there are many of you in this room who I recognize through that work, and I thank you all for your contributions. I've been asked to speak about the importance of Catalogues Raisonnés to those of us at auction houses and for my team and my role. And I will say that Catalogues Raisonnés are our first touch point when we are looking at any work of art for an artist. Now, of course, not every work that we handle or we value has a corresponding Catalogues Raisonnés, and Catalogues Raisonnés vary a great deal in the kind of details that they provide. But a good catalogue raisonné, a catalogue raisonné that tells us, as someone I've been working with recently has been hammering home the who, what, where, when, why, and also the history, is the best tool that we have, aside from speaking with scholars in the field, artists' estates, and committees. The catalogue raisonné helps us build not just an understanding of the specifics of a work, the basic information, the size, the medium, the year, but also the, if we're lucky, the detailed provenance history, the exhibition history, the bibliography. And I know that there was just some discussion about each author has to make a decision about what to include. Now, for example, the online Cézanne catalogue raisonné, when I was cataloging something a few years ago, I said, well, they're missing a lot of literature. And I reached out to them and they said, well, you can't publish everything from Mont Sainte-Victoire. And that's correct. It would go on for hundreds and hundreds of pages, and no one has the time to not only cross-reference all of that, but publish all of it. So each catalogue raisonné makes different decisions, and they also make different decisions about how they present and formulate their data. So the thing that I've found most important, and that I try and speak to my team who sits around the world about, is you don't just look at the entry for the work of art, you look at everything around it, and first things first, read the introduction. What does a semicolon mean? What does a dash mean? Let's make sure we're not presenting incorrect information, especially when the author has clearly laid out how you should be interpreting it. So there isn't a one-size-fits-all, and that is really, I think, the trial of all scholars, not just in the catalogue raisonné field, but in any field. But to go back to the question of what is important about it for auction houses, it's also not just about the work itself. When we're asked to value something, whether it's for sale or we also do valuations for insurance or fair market value, it's understanding how many other works are there that are similar or that were painted during the same period or that the artist ever painted. How many are 110 centimeters by 110 centimeters? How many are in museums? What is the rarity? Because all of this also impacts the value on the market. I was also asked if we regularly consult with the authors of catalogue raisonnés or with artists' estates for comprehensive catalogue raisonnés. Or are there instances where something comes in, you look at the book, you say, great, I know everything I need to know, and we move on. And I would say that this is a question both in the completeness of the catalogue raisonné, how recently it was published, and I hate to say somewhat to the value of the work. So there are certain catalogue raisonnés that are incredibly thorough. They're put together by the artist's heirs or the dealer who represented them from day one, who has impeccable archives, or like in the case with Paul Klee, for example, an artist who had a very detailed hand list, so detailed that the catalogue raisonné has entries for works they don't have pictures of because they know he made the work. But best practice is always to consult the author of the catalogue raisonné if you can, and not just because you might have questions, but also because if you have the work of art in front of you and they do not, you may have access to information that they have not been able to attain. Especially these days, we take high-resolution photographs of the backs of every work we handle. If there's an original stretcher or original labels, that can, of course, as you all know, be infinitely important to our research. And there are many things that I can't tell by looking at the back of the work that you can tell. What does the blue crayon in this handwriting mean? Or if I'm working with a younger colleague, I'll say, well, that's definitely a French or Italian handwriting. And I say, well, how do you know? That's just based on experience and exposure. And it's the experience and exposure both to colleagues in our own auction house as well as scholars and professors that allows us to complete and create as full a picture as possible of the works of art that we're handling and that we're valuing. And that's what I think is our responsibility.
Thank you. I really do appreciate the role. Michel Maquet, vous présentez.
Michel Maquet, you representing the experts community. That's right. My CV was on the document that was circulated, so I don't want to reiterate that. But I'd like to thank Drouot on behalf of the expert community, the experts are the historic partners of Drouot, and the CRIS, of course, as well, that is having us contribute to this very, very interesting matter. Now, an independent expert is different to a specialist per se. I mean, they do the same job as we do, but of course with the auction houses, they're embedded in the auction houses. And talking about expert, therefore, I'm going to be talking about independent experts in France. When I can talk about Catalogues Raisonnés, I can talk about the people who hold entitlements, historians, or the committees that I interact with on a regular basis. So I'm going to be talking about that to and fro, Catalogues Raisonnés and the expert, and it's still also Franco-French. My view may come across as too critical. I hope that I won't have daggers appear in the audience, but it's just I want to raise issues, problems that we can encounter in our practice. And maybe this can take things forward positively, the relationships that we may have. I'm very, very much in favor of Catalogues Raisonnés, how they're used and the contacts and encounters that might have emerged. But of course, no doubt that will spark questions and concerns. I'm also very sensitive to the authors of these catalogues, because I'm a member of a committee, the Louis Walter Committee, where I am very much involved on that side of the equation. All right, then. So we've just heard a lovely presentation a moment ago about speaking with Catalogues Raisonnés authors. That system isn't different in France, and we apply exactly the same approach as the French or English, or more broadly, auctioneer houses everywhere else. Now, the independent expert's diligence is applicable in France for expertise before the courts and in the private sphere, but I'm going to focus my remarks on auctioneer houses, which is what I generally do, really. It's the thrust of my work. The expert's responsibility is specific under French law. We talk about civil professional liability. Maybe this is a field that doesn't exist in other countries, but it so happens that it flows from that for a long time, the obligation of having insurance policies offers a guarantee for the market. The fact the experts have these insurance policies. This is mandatory since 1956 for the professional experts, professional association in France that was established in 1945. Since the law in 2000, the fact that an expert acting before auction houses has become mandatory, having an insurance. Now, by describing works intended for sale, sometimes I meet forgeries. Not very many, it must be said, unfortunately so. Harry Bellet brilliantly exposed illustrious forgers in his writing. Anyway, I can do technical assessments before I submit a piece of work and place it before the requisite committee. I think that's an important point, because that's preliminary work means that you can set aside a doubtful work of art. Maybe it will be presented, but not with the same spirit. So we hand over a detailed report, a report replete with detail, and the Catalogues Raisonnés, therefore, are very valuable tools. But drawing up a catalogue, is it a very sound and robust discipline per se? I mean, this is a big question. It really depends on who's doing it, I suppose. Among the experts' means and obligations, obligation of means under French law means that you have to examine the work in such and such a way. It's framed rigorously by the law. You have to undertake certain technical practices. And our obligation of means, which is the primary one, is to consult the person, think about their notoriety in the art market, and also to see whether the work was covered by an existing work. Everybody can call themselves an expert in a given artist, And that holds true not only for France. And the author of a Catalogue Raisonnés has to very much go through the archives. And generally, it takes many years. Just like an expert learns every day, just as these authors, because their work is never ending, isn't it? So the obligation of means for an independent expert means that in all cases, and pretty much all cases, in France at least, there is, if there's litigation, then he is in the firing line. So not fulfilling your obligation of means is, and maybe this is a mistake, but is something that we can be held against the expert. When the author refuses to include a work considered authentic after a judicial process, that has happened in France. Well, case law in appeals court states that the author has freedom of intellectual expression and is not required to include the work in the Catalogues Raisonnés. Okay, that's a respectable decision or position. But if a work isn't featured in the Catalogues Raisonnés, or if it is, or if it's included with an approval by an ad hoc committee, but the expert feels that the work wasn't actually done by the artist, if that's his opinion, can his expert also invoke intellectual freedom and not put forward the work as authentic? Now, rest assured, it's excruciatingly rare, but anyway, I suppose it must have happened once or twice in my life. And I've been around in the business for a number of years, I can tell you. So if there are litigious proceedings, the matter of insurance also is relevant for authors of Catalogues Raisonnés. These proceedings cost a pretty penny, and they're very protracted. And I think in the United States, it's probably even worse. Well, it sounds as that's borne out, says the speaker. And that's why numerous authors subscribe to professional organizations that are acknowledged by experts, which confers a certain amount of recognition and acknowledgement, because you operate in those circles, you realize who does what and who is what. So among the recognized associations in France, you can see more than 62 authors of Catalogues Raisonnés. No doubt they've been sensitized to the matter of insurance. Sometimes we encounter problems in the consultation procedure when two authors are working simultaneously, let's say, on the same artist, and they don't get on with each other. Or a new author turns up and prepares a new Catalogues Raisonnés and topples the rankings, if you like. Well, and the cost of the procedures, possibly disproportionate for minor works, and that irrespective of the final decision, approved or disapproved. The high cost, or the excessively high costs, is possibly an impediment to presenting the work. And I met a case a number of times. An owner of a given work of art refused to bring forward the work, whether it was a forgery or not, for that matter. And sometimes the time frames are very long. I mean, as I said, originally, in the beginning of my speech, rather, it's a protracted process, but, so it's a problem. I think it's important that authors look at the work physically, because this is what we do as experts. It's not always the case, and just look at the Courbet catalogue by Mr. Fernier. That's a physical catalogue where he distinguishes the works that he had seen with his own eyes and those he hadn't. by putting the title in italics when he hadn't seen the work physically.
L'expert indépendant est un intermédiaire entre les propriétaires des œuvres, les auteurs, les catalogues raisonnés. C'est une relation professionnelle qui n'a pas de charge affective, en tout cas s'il n'y a pas de conflit d'intérêt pour l'expert, et ça permet généralement d'éviter des situations conflictuelles. Je dirais quelque part, on sert un peu d'écran. Voilà, donc que les auteurs, les catalogues raisonnés se fassent le mieux connaître, c'est ce qu'on peut espérer avec certaines évolutions ou associations. Ils sont une garantie pour le marché de l'art, comme l'assurance de l'expert est aussi une garantie, qui elle est bien matérielle. Et je pense que la réflexion sur les catalogues raisonnés en ligne est tout à fait essentielle aujourd'hui, à la fois pour leur diffusion, mais aussi
of these catalogues, and also for the perennity, because there are many different types of and systems for CRs. Will they be able to retrieve these systems? Will be able to transmit them? So thank you.
Maître Fabien Mirabeau, commissaire-priseur.
So Fabien Mirabeau, auctioneer. So thank you. I'm very happy to be here. So I work in Drouot, so now I'm on the other side of the table. So my report will concern the French art market. So just a specificity concerning our international guest here today, I'd just like to point out that French auctioneers have to respond to very strict regulations under French law, and this distinguishes them from many other actors in terms of the international market. So they don't buy and they don't sell. These works do not belong to them. They're just intermediaries, and this distinguishes them from some international players. It's very important to point that out. There's the French auctioneer is kind of the guarantor, the economic guarantor of the art market for public sales, and also the legal guarantor for the art market. So he guarantees in the auction the right price and distinguishing between offer and sales. So this is different from our American friends, and also the guarantee, the legal guarantee, and this will be looked at this afternoon by Maître de Batz. So he's the legal guarantor because he sets up all the reasonable means at his disposal that he has in order to guarantee the authenticity of the work that is being sold. Now, amongst these different tools that are available to him, you have the CR, the Catalogues Raisonnés. So in my daily work, it's quite true that once we discover a work of art, and working with the expert that accompanies us or not, depending on the context, the first thing that we do is what are the means that I have available to me as an auctioneer to guarantee the authenticity of this work. And I'd like to point out that the French auctioneer has no competency for authenticating a work on its own. So if I have a Picasso painting, I can't do this on my own. I have to consult with an expert who will support me, and so that I can offer this guarantee to the international market. And the CR is one of these tools. It's the first thing that I will ask to one of my stagiaires. I'll ask them to go to the library and to consult the CR if one exists, or look on internet to see if there's a digital version of the Catalogues Raisonnés. So, as Mr. Mackey said, you have to have a certain detachment from the CR. The CR is a kind of snapshot. And this is to be taken into account. You have to look at the scientific elements that exist. So we have CRs from the 50s, from some artists that have become obsolete. And using a catalogue from the past, this can lead you into sticky waters. Some authors will just reproduce a CR from the past, and they will question, or some will question, what was decided 30 years ago. So this is a problem, because we we don't necessarily know about all these CRs, and our collectioners, our families that give us the works of art don't always understand that. So if you have a catalogue from the 50s and the work is authenticated, then later on it might not be so generally, we say that the researchers, the scientists, have questioned certain elements of the work. The CR as well, which is key for us. This is the first tool that we have at our disposal. So when I talk about the CR, I'm talking about the committee, I'm talking about the estate, I'm talking about all those people who are involved in an artist's work, and which allows us to confirm the authenticity of a work. However, there are some cases where the authors of CRs don't agree with other information and means that we have at our disposal. So the auctioneer, French author international, has a key role to play for the researchers in the CR. Very often, he discovers the art market. And in my career, I was able to sell a Van Gogh painting, and this didn't exist in the CR as it happened. So we got into contact with a specialist in Amsterdam, with the Van Gogh committee, and very kindly they worked with us on this, and they said, well, if those Van Gogh paintings that aren't documented, they don't exist. So they wanted to understand that we were wasting our time and they were wasting theirs. But then we continued with this because we had some information that they didn't have themselves, and this was very important information as it happened. And it turned out that due to this contribution and the authentication, we were able to add a Van Gogh painting to the catalogue. So that means that a CR is not definitive. It's not the final version. You have to persevere to convince the committees with every means at your disposal. Using information from the artist's estate, you have to use all types of information that are available to you for authors and for researchers. And then there is another problem with CR and the committees. And Mr. Mackay referred to this. It's a refusal to include in a CR a work which on a personal note, we feel is completely authentic. Now, we don't have the authority, as I said, on the artist, but our role is to put onto the market and sell things as truly as possible, because we are the guarantor. We guarantee what we say. And sometimes for one sale that we had in June, we had the Lenoir collection, and Mr. Lenoir is a big friend of Picabia and his widow, and they had a huge collection of paintings. But in terms of the drawings available, these were sold by Olga Picabia to Mr. Luat. There was a certificate, and some of those works which existed in the CR, and then these were confirmed by the Committee Picabia. But there was one work which wasn't accepted by the committee for various reasons. So what do we do in that particular case? Do we just leave it there? No. So that's normally what the international houses do. They don't present the work because it hasn't been validated. But I tell the market what the situation is. So I decided to include the non-referenced work, but I wanted to specify, however, or just to specify the truth. This hasn't been authenticated by the Picabia committee, but I do have a certificate from Olga from 1926, which identifies this work. So I'm going to say that it's attributed to. And so I give all the necessary information to the art market, and perhaps in 10, 20 years, scientific proof on the artists and knowledge on the artists will later on allow us to validate this work or refuse it. But my role is not to stop the market, to limit it. So this is how I see it in terms of defending the families. It's to, transmit these works. So when I present this work has been attributed to in my sales catalogue, I'm basically referring to a decree, and this we talked about this. It's a decree Marcus. So this is the legal nomenclature that explains to the buyers what we mean by attribution. So there's a whole process that you have to go through involving this law, and it allows you to explain everything. So the CR is a tool, a wonderful tool, and it's a tool that I use all the time, and that I can, in some cases, fear, but I can also be detached with it. I work with the committees as well, and the experts. So one of our roles is to be a discoverer. So we have to encourage physical examinations of the work. Sometimes we have committees that refuse a work, or they validate it without even examining it, which I feel is really not the thing to do. And so they do a photographic examination to authentify it. Our role is to supply high definition photos to the authors so that they can use these photos in the future for their catalogues. And then also, and looking at something which is key, there's such a difference between the art market and the world of research. The research world so doesn't live on the same time scale. And I think it's important for auction houses to contribute through the work of the researchers, and I think it's important for them to contribute financially. So I think that auctioneers are favorable to participating financially, and this has to be proportionate and has to be based on the value of the artist and the type of the work involved. So a drawing is worth less than a sculpture or a painting, and based on the research done by the specialist, if it's a true work of art or if it's a forgery. And I think the role of this scientific committee is to have a CR of CRs, so a kind of ethical charter, if you will, of what can we ask or require from the auction houses if I'm a researcher, and how can my work be remunerated? So we have to have. This has to be proportionate. Is it normal to ask $1,800 for a painting or for a drawing which is not authentic? That's not normal. It's not proportionate, and it doesn't encourage our sellers, our estates to pay that because they had a painting that was worth $10,000. I'm going to be taxed $1,800. I don't want to present this work because it's not proportionate. So I think we need to create a kind of ethics. And so I use your work for this in order to create this and do this so that we can explain to the estate that it's important to contribute. And in some cases, it's not necessary to pay so much. So perhaps a couple of €100 is okay, but we have to explain to the families that it's important to do that. Thank you. In fact, you do have a catalogue raisonné of Catalogues Raisonnés. It exists in Geneva, but apparently it's obsolete. So we have somebody very unusual, not an expert, not an art dealer. He's an academic. Carl Schmitz, over to you.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Yes, as Michel indicated, my bio is in the wonderful booklets that we have, so I won't repeat it, but I did want to add as somewhat of a bookend to some of the things that Edith brought up, but also as like a supplement to this perspective on the art market. I'm going to be speaking about the value of Catalogues Raisonnés, and it's a bit, hopefully, as a love letter. I'm hoping, I've given a number of presentations about Catalogues Raisonnés in the last 15 years, and I'm hoping this will be the last one. And so it seems I have a technical issue, but if somebody can hit the button. So the topic is the value of Catalogues Raisonnés. And initially I talked about the critical opinion. As I'm going to get into, I think that Catalogues Raisonnés are both impervious to and subject to infinite amount of criticism. And so this is the romantic perspective to start it off. It's very rare to talk about Catalogues Raisonnés as a whole. I always think of a parallel with the opening lines of Anna Karenina. But in 1984, the British art critic John Russell was able to talk about a number of Catalogues Raisonnés at once. And he said this: the next time someone asks you what you want for Christmas, take a deep breath and say, "I'd like a Catalogue Raisonné." As a conversation stopper, that sentence has few equals. Then you take another deep breath and say, the Catalogue Raisonné can be one of the noblest works of man. Through it, and better than in almost any other way, we can study a work of a great artist in every detail. It has something in it of biography, something of the detective story, something of the laboratory, and something of ecstasy. And so I don't know that we can get a greater, more romantic endorsement than that. On the other hand, some people think that Catalogue Raisonné work is mundane. This was the art dealer Paul Cantor, who was primarily based in Los Angeles. And in an oral history interview in 1977, he took kind of a different tack. And he said, and this is a quote, "Yeah, Catalogues Raisonnés are important. It sets all the facts down. It doesn't take an art scholar or anything. All it takes is a bookkeeper to make a Catalogue Raisonné. You advertise for the photos and everything else, and you get them all together. It's just plain tedious work." And Paul Cantor was a very important art dealer, especially in Los Angeles in the era in which he operated. And for the artist that I worked over a decade on as part of the research team for, he gave that artist one of their big breaks. And so 20 years after this interview, the Catalogue Raisonné work for that artist began. And then 30 years after this interview, I became a part of that team. And I can confirm, of the 7 or 8 of us, there was one bookkeeper, but not all of us. And then this is kind of a non sequitur, but the artists I worked on, I'd like to think of in the context of abstract expressionism, but wouldn't have been in many canons for that period. And so here we have Nina Lean's very famous photograph of the Irascibles from 1950. And looking at this photo is kind of an arbitrary definition of who's in and who's out. Could be who's in the room. And about 12 years ago, I thought about this and I thought, how many of these artists have an estate or foundation that's either already published a Catalogue Raisonné or is likely to have one soon? And so about 12 years ago, it looked like this. And then as far as I know right now, we're down to only about 3 that might not have a Catalogue Raisonné. And I think this is a big thing. Once all of these are in print, I think it will be, especially for American art history, kind of remarkable to take in all of these bodies of work at once. So hopefully somebody does some work to talk more about that. And then finally, there's the purely art historical. And this was a review that John Raywald made of Venturi's Catalogue Raisonné shortly after it was published in 1936. And it, to me, indicates the kind of imperviousness that Catalogues Raisonnés have to criticism. And so Raywald says, the Catalogue Raisonné of Paul Cézanne's work, written by Leonello Venturi and edited by Paul Rosenberg, not only closes a whole series of recent publications on the master, but at the same time inaugurates a new era of Cézanne's research. And I think these are very accurate words, but I would question, like, doesn't every Catalogue Raisonné do that? I wonder what else we could say about Catalogues Raisonnés. And so one case study that I'd like to propose is looking at the value of object listings. And through the simple example of this thing that's bugged me for about 5 years, but Merleau-Ponty, in the very well-known essay translated as Cézanne's Doubt, and these are just the first 4 pages of it, but he has this line here where he says, his first paintings around the year 1870 are painted dreams, an abduction, a murder. And so when I read this as somebody who's been exposed to Catalogues Raisonnés, I look at just the fact that this E and this M are capitalized. And so I'm reading this is a reference to a work. And so if I can go to the Catalogues Raisonnés, I want to see how is this reflected in the Catalogues Raisonnés itself. And one of the ways I'd like to put the stakes is thinking about who the readers of Catalogues Raisonnés can be and the difference they could make in the world, basically, at least in the world of art history, let's say. So Andrei Dombrowski published this book in 2013, and as far as I know, it's the main one that's focused on this very early body of Cézanne's work. And it in fact shows what I think is a murder on the cover. But if I go to the online Catalogues Raisonnés for Cézanne and look it up, it's certainly not the same work that Merleau-Ponty was talking about, which, because it's not illustrated, there could be some doubt about which work it is. But then going back to the original text, looking for these 2 works that are around 1970, we find one work that matches, and I won't scroll all the way down to see all the literature references, but Merleau-Ponty is not there. And neither is Merleau-Ponty there in the work The Murder. But there certainly are references to the 2 texts that Merleau-Ponty wrote and reference Cézanne. And so here's the general entry for Cézanne's Doubt. It has no cross-references to objects, even though a different essay that Merleau-Ponty has does. And so this is one thing where, like, to me, like, this is the world. This capital E and this capital M, and the fact that it's not here, are highly significant. Thankfully, Merleau-Ponty's essay is so famous and well-known. I don't doubt that Dombrowski, in fact, he mentions it in one of the footnotes, and talks about the importance of Merleau-Ponty emphasizing the early works. But I think if we had direct references to these citations, that significance can be even greater. But if I look for what are the reason this might be, I look at the translation here into English, and one of the things that happened in the translation is the capital E and the capital M went away. It just became an abduction, or in this case, and a murder. And so I wonder if this thing lost in translation is what led to this. Going back to the Raywald, I don't think it's all rainbows and sunshine in these reviews. Typically, another form of Catalogues Raisonnés reviews, pardon my language, but they present shit sandwiches. And so it's something when people have job evaluations, your manager might say, this is what you do well, because I don't want you to be disappointed too early. Here are the things you need to work on, and I'm gonna have a lot of those. And at the end, reinforcement. These are, again, the things you do well. And so Raywald's criticism here of Venturi's work is no exception. He begins with a lot of nice comments. He ends with a lot of nice comments. But in the middle, he has a lot of issues that he states about the Venturi Catalogues Raisonnés. And one of the biggest ones he has is the fact that there is no independent index of the works that can be definitively dated by Cézanne. And since Cézanne didn't date most of his works, he figures that this is very interesting and important. And in fact, he, in making his own list, he makes it reasoned. He's saying that I'm adding to what should have been in the Catalogues Raisonnés itself. He also has some other criticisms. This is going back to the Venturi itself, but he has these issues, the fact they use too many abbreviations. I just want to mention that briefly because somebody was poo-pooing in the previous panel the value of bibliographies. And I just want to be very pro-bibliography because to me, this reads like junk. I would rather know like more of the authors because if it has the significance right off the bat, I can process it more quickly and move on. And then finally, from the Venturi Catalogues Raisonnés, I just wanted to show how it being published in 2 different volumes and one volume with the illustrations and how close together the murder was with the strangulation painting that Dombrowski chose for the cover of his book. And separate from the object listings, I briefly want to talk about the value of scholarly apparatus, and to contrast the technique used in the Jackson Pollock Catalogue Raisonnés with that used in the Hans Hofmann Catalogue Raisonné. The Jackson Pollock, of all the artists that were in that picture, had the first Catalogue Raisonné, which was published in 1978. And the essay itself doesn't include any essays. And there's no essays in the Jackson Pollock Catalogue Raisonné. And so they say this in the beginning of their editor's notes. In compiling these volumes, we have construed a Catalogue Raisonné to be a clear, objective, and documented description of each work made by an artist. Any evaluation or interpretation, except that required to deduce a coherent chronological sequence for undated works, so again, the importance of those dated works that Raywald was arguing for, is superfluous. Consequently, there is no theory of Jackson Pollock in these volumes. We intend to inform theory, not to promulgate it. Analysis should precede synthesis. And I think this is very solid reasoning, but at the same time, there's things going on in the background that we would take too much time to talk about. But there's reasons that the Jackson Pollock Catalogue Raisonné was trying to finish early in focusing on what was in and what was out. In fact, it has the section on problems for further study. So there was enough people writing about Jackson Pollock, and they didn't feel like they needed to add additional essays. Hans Hofmann's Catalogue Raisonné, which was published in 2013, is one of the latter ones. He was one of the 3 irascible artists not in that picture. But they have a number of essays in that Catalogue Raisonné. And I just wanted to mention that this one here about the education of Hans Hofmann, I feel particularly is important. It talks about the Slovenian-German artist Anton Aschbe, who early on in Hans Hofmann's scholarship was completely unknown. Cynthia Goodman, writing in 1986, said that there was a number of early teachers that Hofmann had, but nobody even remembers their first names. And there's very little written in English about Anton Aschbe, and that makes this essay in the Hans Hofmann Catalogue Raisonné very important. These things go back and forth because what is the accessibility of it if it's in this book, but at least it exists. And then trying to identify a principle with this, I wanted to briefly mention James Breslin's biography of Mark Rothko, because after over 500 pages of reading his book, he gets to the point in the afterword where he talks about what it's like to make a biography and all the money it takes and all the travel and all the people you have to talk to. But he mentions this thing of, there are things about Rothko that I know that nobody else knows. And if you bought the book and you've read the 500 pages and the author is telling you this, hopefully you're as upset as I am, but I want everything. And so I feel like different catalogues raisonnés have different advantages. And if you have authors who could do something like write about Hans Hofmann's education, please put those essays into the volume, even if you agree intellectually with the editors of the Jackson Pollock Catalogue Raisonné that analysis should precede synthesis. And so here's some takeaways, maybe. The first one is criticism is healthy. I don't purport to say that this brief workshop has shown us all the ways that we can criticize Catalogues Raisonnés, but hopefully we can get more criticism of it and try to figure out what it looks like other than being shit sandwiches. Criticism can lead to hot potatoes. So I'm using an idiom here, but for hot potatoes, it's if you receive it, you have to do the next thing with it. So if you write really good criticism of Catalogue Raisonné, like John Raywald, you might have to do the next Saison Catalogue Raisonné. I only had a very small criticism of the Saison Catalogue Raisonné, so I will not be participating. And then finally, and this is, I think, one of the biggest points that I would like to talk about if I had 13 additional minutes, but A versus the Catalogues Raisonnés. And so if you look at the titles of Catalogue Raisonné, it'll have the artist name at first, and then typically either a or the Catalogue Raisonné. I worked for a Catalogue Raisonné that was the Catalogue Raisonné, and I wasn't thinking about it at the time, but a lot of Catalogues Raisonnés, including that of Robert Motherwell, is a Catalogue Raisonné. And I think this is the impossible Valhalla that Catalogue Raisonné production exists in. I think we have to aim for being the project. while at the same time recognizing history will tie us to being an A project. So thank you.
Thank you. Merci.
Thanks very much. Got a quick question on my side before handing over to the auditorium. Presence or absence of a catalogue raisonné for a given artist, how does that impact on academic research and also the market?
Alors, oui, il est certain que...
Well, it goes without saying that if you've got scientifically recognized documents, they could be monographies, committees, or catalogue raisonnés. If they do exist, they support objectively and support his value because it means that you've got legal security in your sale. So that's very important. Forgive me though, but in obsolete catalogue raisonné cases, well, what can you say about them? If there is an entitlement holder or a committee, then you'll go to them. I think what's important, obviously, is this ultimately what influences the reputation and the value of the artist. Well, it's posterity. Posterity is built by his descendants or by his inner circle that will have his work known through, in particular, a catalogue raisonné. Now, that's an important chunk, I think, of the process.
It's a very interesting question, and obviously, personally, my life is easier when there is a great catalogue raisonné published and I can just go to my bookshelf and take it off. But I also recognize the value in the fact that for certain artists who do not have a catalogue raisonné or whose catalogue raisonné is so out of date that the only real path forward, aside from research in other volumes, is to speak with the artists' estates or with the committees, is that they are controlling the information that is given to us. And in that way, they are, I hope, avoiding a researcher's misinterpretations. And I do think that there is value in that, in the way we present works to the market. There is no perfect solution. In an ideal world, you have both. You have both the dialogue with the expertise bodies and the heirs, and also a great publication to rely on.
Okay. Mr. Schmidt, is it important for a scholar?
I think so. I think one of the things that we had some indicators of with the first panel is the changing format of the catalogue raisonné. And when we talk about the different trends with the catalogue raisonné, one of the important ones, I think, is the rise of artists' catalogue raisonné, and the idea that artists, at least, especially in their lifetime, have implicit permission to dictate the constraints, like what that looks like. We had a brief mention, I believe, of Gerhard Richter. So the issues with the idea that you can have an authentic work, but it's not going to be in the catalogue raisonné is fascinating to me. And the ramifications for that, for the professionals who've spoken to the value of the catalogue raisonné, it's got to be intensely mind-boggling.
Oui.
Any other questions?
Okay, I just want, is this on? Oh, okay. I just wanted to say that the subject you just mentioned about Gerhard Richter as an artist who can edit his own work has been an intriguing one all along, and coincidentally, the very first program I organized at IFAR when I was first hired was on a catalogue raisonné of a living artist. It happened to be Jacob Lawrence, who was still alive. And the subject I wanted dealt with was to what degree you can prevent the artist's family from editing the work, and only including the good works, or because history values first work to change the dating of works and the integrity and the ethical challenges of a volume that really edits work as opposed to discussing the entire body of work of an artist. This is an ongoing ethical and scholarly, if you will, dilemma or concern. So I just mention it because it questions the very meaning of the word catalogue raisonné. Is it complete? Is it not complete? And who gets the chance to edit based on anything other than was it done by the artist?
Ah, mais vous avez raison. Le cas de Richter est...
The Richter argument is interesting for academics because the Catalogues Raisonnés that is done under his umbrella is not complete. He decided that his first picture was Tisch, the table, but he did a number beforehand, but he doesn't want to acknowledge those previous works. Consequently, we're lacking a whole chunk of his work that he produced when he was young in East Germany. So, under a moral right, an auctioneer cannot sell a work produced in Eastern Germany because the artist refuses to acknowledge it as his. Now, under academic freedom, of course, you can work on that.
Droit moral in the United States.
You don't accept the droit moral, no.
Standing at all.
Olivier Debac, avocat.
Olivier Dubac, I'm a lawyer. Let's look at it more nuancedly. If a work is deemed authentic, then the author can say what he likes. He can refuse that it's reproduced on postcards or what have you, but it's been sold and it's on the market. If he wants to withdraw it from the market, then he is carrying a prejudice against the purchaser, if you will. Yeah. So Richter is a case in point. It's an interesting one, but it's very typical. It was his wall paintings, interrupts the speaker, that it was about. Well, yes, but this raises questions for authors that just deny authorship, not for scientific reasons or whatever, but they just deny authorship. Bernard Rancière, a few years back, did just that, but they proved that they were authentic. He went to court in Belgium, he lost the case, and he won the case in France. Any further questions? Questions, not comments. Clarifies the moderator.
It's a comment, not a question. But to try to circle back into some of the issues that we were talking about, perhaps to give it some shape, what is the Catalogues Raisonnés could be a very big question. So we haven't gone into the historiography of it, but Dr. Fleischer mentioned Gerson in the first Catalogues Raisonnés that we know of, that called itself a Catalogues Raisonnés. It was published. But it focused on curiosities and not artworks. And apparently in the 1720s, the first references to Catalogues Raisonnés were literary. And so the idea of the Catalogues Raisonnés has been subject to terminological drift and a combination of different things. And this is from Jonathan Franklin, art librarian who was at the National Gallery in London, but also the National Gallery in Canada, who talked about the different forms of catalogs, the complete catalog, the descriptive catalog, and the reason catalog, and how they merged into what we generally think of as the Catalogues Raisonnés. And so it's very interesting because you could say, what was the first Catalogues Raisonnés? And it is and it isn't the first one that called itself a Catalogues Raisonnés. And it has to do with alchemy level type of science, the outgrowth of the Enlightenment, things like the encyclopedia. But then again, even within our lifetimes, the idea of a Catalogues Raisonnés has changed. At least from my perspective, I don't know that we would any longer arm wrestle over a Catalogues Raisonnés of paintings not being a Catalogues Raisonnés because it's just a body of work. We seem to have generally thought that this is okay. And if the more influence the artists have in the artist's Catalogues Raisonnés, to say it could be authentic by the artist but is not in the Catalogues Raisonnés, could also have acceptability over time. I don't want to be that crazy, but I think if we had a Congress today and spent all day debating what a Catalogue Raisonné is, we might not all necessarily agree at the end of the day.
Thank you. One more.
I have a question.
Speaking of, the question of what actually is a catalogue raisonné, this might be more of a question of those of you who are, working in an auction house, really in the art market itself, rather than writing these texts. But how do you deal with, what is considered to be a catalogue raisonné in the digital age? For instance, with a few years ago, the height of NFTs, and now with, the use of AI constantly. What do you think about that?
Alors, moi, ce que j'ai dit tout à l'heure, c'est que
What I was saying earlier on is you have to be able to read and interpret a catalogue raisonné. I think AI will never be a substitute for an expert eye. It's an instrument among many, just like a catalogue raisonné. That I look in a library and I can see a photo of a work of art can't help me know whether a piece of work is authentic. Recently, we're doing expert work on a work of art. We're excited originally. The table that we had corresponded size-wise to what was in the Catalogue Raisonné. It's the same picture, etc. But in actual fact, by working on the work of art, by taking it out of its frame, we saw that it was a copy. If you have a photo on internet, to be honest with you, the experts, our lives are still safe as professionals. We've still got our eyes, yeah? And the eyes will tell the difference. The human eye. Comment off mic.
Ah oui.
Inaudible.
Oui, alors, bon, moi je suis pas encore là.
Well, I'm not there yet, says the speaker. I must confess I'm not there either. 2 points I'd like to underscore. In the Catalogue Raisonné, there's the word raisonné. And the way I see it is that there's a ranking, there's a hierarchy. Yeah, it may strike you as rather trivial, but it's an important point. What's interesting with Catalogue Raisonné, what's amusing, think of Pierre Miquel, an art historian, wasn't just a historian, an art historian talking about the nature school in the 19th century. And his method raised a smile, really. I mean, because he ranked Félix Ziem's work of art by their size, their physical size. All right, so obviously you're going to be able to retrieve what you're looking for very quickly, admittedly. But as a professional, as an expert, I can only hope that Catalogue Raisonné are comprehensive, exhaustive. In other words, or the artist simply saying this is a monography, but it's not saying that he's doing a Catalogue Raisonné of his own work.
So we have an announcement to make, an advertisement, in fact. So several people have asked me if you'd like to join our association, or even if you're not sure about that, or you just want to receive information, don't hesitate to leave your email address and to give them to the person over there. Thank you. Thank you, Ekaterina.
L'association n'étant pas encore...
So this hasn't been, you can't deduce your donations for tax purposes, by the way. Oh, yes, you can. Apparently you can, because it's a public utility entity. Yeah. So this is for those of you who pay tax, of course. So, committees and experts who are in charge of CRs, many of you are here. And we have one person who will be speaking at distance, and this will allow us to go into the methodology of your work. And we'll finish with Claude Lorrain, who is an artist, and she's producing her own Catalogues Raisonnés. So she's going to explain her own methodology to us. So we're going to start with Deborah. She represents the San Francis Foundation. Over to you, Deborah. Thank you.
Bear with me. Do we have slides? Okay. D'accord. Okay, thank you. Well, I loved the panels sitting there listening to everybody today, and it had so many things that I was nodding yes to and nodding no to and going, oh my gosh, to. So I'm actually what I consider a scrappy scholar. So I actually worked with Sam Francis in his studio on many different levels while he was alive. And he was not very keen on documenting things in a very careful manner. So we had a somewhat rudimentary cataloging system over the years, but it was definitely not definitive by any means. And once we sort of had it organized, he would sometimes come in and throw all the files on the floor and say, I don't want everything documented. So we sort of did it in spite of him. And so thankfully we did. Otherwise, we would not know a lot of things that we know today. So as I became the director of the San Francis Foundation, we were developed basically without the heirs and the family members specifically involved in the day-to-day running of the foundation and the Catalogues Raisonnés in order to be able to have a sense of, a little bit of unbiased involvement and being able to look at everything in a more open-minded manner and having more of a board of directors involved in the organization. And a lot of artist foundations in the United States are like that now. We're called artist endowed foundations. And we have a big organization that we're part of, and we have lots of seminars and symposium. And the primary thing is that we are subject to certain laws as a nonprofit charitable foundation. But our work basically, if there's money left over in an artist estate, and that gets divided up amongst the heirs and whatever, there is then a foundation that's determined. And so we have a certain mission, and one of them is to do a Catalogues Raisonnés. Now again, some artist foundations are very wealthy, like Rauschenberg and Warhol, for example, Liechtenstein. Francis's was not. And that was also because of some legal issues with the family members. It took 10 years to settle the estate. So kind of similar to Picasso, I sort of think about that a lot. And so, as you know, Sam Francis, and it's sort of fitting that we got invited to this because Sam became famous here in Paris. He was an American artist who, post-war artist, who suffered tuberculosis during the war. And he was training to be a pilot, and he never got to be a pilot. And he was bedridden for years. And so laying on his back in a corset, and he ended up painting then. And the first thing he did is once he got out of there and went to university, he decided to become an art major. And the first place he said was, I want to leave the United States, I want to try a new culture. And his mother spoke French, so he had a little bit of French knowledge, and he came here on the GI Bill. And the rest is history. I mean, one of his first galleries was right on this street. He became very well known in France, was friends with all of the French, a lot of the artists at the time here, and a lot of the expats, a lot of the other American artists like Joan Mitchell and Ellsworth Kelly, for example, Jean-Paul Riopelle. And one of his first patrons was actually Madame Matisse, and he was very close with the Dutuy family. So there is, and he actually kept his studio here in France until 1994 in Paris. So luckily this year, with the work with the foundation, we've actually have some droit moral rights. The French government has allocated certain American artists who lived here and contributed to the Parisian scene are eligible for those rights out. So now we actually have copyright, we get royalties. So it's very exciting. I'm really happy. So it's just starting. So that was one of the things we worked on. And the difficult part about Sam was that he had multiple studios. He loved to travel. So he had studios here. He had studios in Switzerland, New York, Mexico City, Tokyo, and multiple studios in California. So one of the things that we had to do in the very beginning was to wrangle all of the boxes from everywhere, all around the world, and bring them together and try to figure out what kind of archives we had. So our basic, as a foundation in the United States, we have to do charitable works. So we are not a money-making foundation. And so we don't have works to sell at this point, and we have to do things for the good of the people. So one of the projects is doing the Catalogues Raisonnés project, is what we call it. And part of it is, here's an image of how we first started, and I think I even worked with Carl in the early days on these the databases and stuff. And I decided, this was published with the University of California at Berkeley, the press, and I said, well, let's do a Catalogues Raisonnés, but we can't do like 6 volumes. It's going to be too expensive to ship it and print it. And so I thought, well, let's do DVDs. So we were kind of one of the first Catalogues Raisonnés that had a DVDs. Of course, then DVDs no longer, nobody, like, how do you use your DVD? And so that's kind of the natural progression, is that we moved to an online. And so now somebody like Sam, he was very, very prolific. And he not only, this is him actually in one of the studio shots here in Paris at Rue Tuffaine. He did many artworks. Like so far, we've calculated we've documented about 8,500 artworks. But he was, not only did he do works on paper, but canvas, but prints and monotypes and sculptures and ephemera. But he was also kind of a visionary in many other ways. He had a publishing house that he worked with a lot of artists and did artist books. He had an environmental wind energy generating company that he started called Wind Harvest, which is actually in existence still today. Stock is going public, FYI. And he also supported medical research for AIDS. So he was one of these artists that was very involved in the community and knew so many artists and kept friendships with a lot of the artists. So when we were trying to do kind of the biography and sorting through all the archives, we realized we had to include all of this about Sam. We couldn't leave one part out for the other, because his body of work was not just artworks, but it was kind of everything else that he put his hands to. And so, again, the difficulty of all of this was that since a lot of artworks are not documented and weren't documented, we had to sort of keep an open-ended mind about what could we do for a Catalogues Raisonnés. And I was concerned there were a lot of forgeries that were coming up on the market because nothing was being published. You know, if you kind of keep secret in the ivory tower, you know, you really have no control of what's going on out there. So my first thing was get as much as we could online as quickly as we could so that we could at least have something to go from, and then we could build on it. And so for us, it's kind of the living Catalogue Raisonnés. It's the never-ending Catalogue Raisonnés. And what I like about it is that you can add information, but you know, when you're searching, you can also go by, you know, decades, periods, whatever. You can have a lot of biography, you can have a lot of bibliography. And what's fabulous about it is that you can reference each thing so that if you go onto, like this is an entry that he did in Paris, if you see all the underlinings, you know, those actually take you to the publication, or it takes you to the show, or it takes you to other works that were in the show. So you have this multiple layering of references. And then I think it just makes it richer. So like there you went to the show, and then you see images of the show, you see the painting in the show, you see, you know, the versos. Again, you can keep going. What else was in the show with these people, you know, like this grid painting? Who else was in the show? What other artworks were in the show? Who else lent to the show? What reviews were written about it? Where is it in the catalog? So for us, this provided, for me, kind of a multiple view of the artist, and allows us to include even things like letters from friends that were writing about the painting, you know, drawings, and anything that related to the artwork. And what we do, actually, it's actually become such a fabulous tool because now it's actually how we file everything. We file it by artwork. So we have everything together. We have the photos, we have the slides, we have the letters, we have the documents, we have the exhibition checklists, whatever we can come up with that relates to the artwork is with the artwork. And so we have a analog file as well as a digital file. The analog files are all going to the Getty. The Getty Research Institute has the San Francisco papers. And what we've been doing is we've been working with the Getty Institute to flesh out the finding aid, because, you know, finding aids in most libraries are very cursory, you know, they're very minimal, very cursory. You just have, like, you know, main names or something. And we found that so many names and so many artists and so many dealers and collectors that were part of that world, you never knew they were in the files because you only see one or two names. So we've been working with the Getty and fleshing it out so that we have like a very comprehensive finding aid now. And so all of this material, as it's going online, I mean, talking about methodology here, you can see, like, we can discuss dating, very, like, how is it, you know, how are we dating works? There's a lot of controversy. Sam backdating works, Sam dating works with different dates, Sam doing this and that. And so we discuss it, and we come up with kind of our solution on how we date things. And basically, if the artist dated it, the artist dated it. If the artist didn't date it, the artist didn't date it. So we're not adding a date thinking, oh, it could be this date. We're not doing circa dates. We're saying dated as or undated. It's very, so I think the whole process of being able to do something like this allows you to think out more what makes sense for him and his work and what makes sense for documenting it. So there are, I think, for me, the online basis has become really a fabulous structure for us to be able to organize the entire office and all of that. And the thing about it is now, which everybody's been talking about, and auction houses call me all the time, this is not in, or, you know, what about this, or, but it's also great because you can see the back of something that I may not have been able to see, and I can add all that information. So we really encourage the dialogue with the auction houses all the time and the dealers. But what's going to happen to all of this online? Who's going to take care of it after I can't do it anymore, or our team? You know, we're a two-person office, basically. And we're actually in the process of sunsetting, which, you know, means closing. It's been almost 30 years that we've been as the foundation. And we need support from donors and patrons and collectors who want to see this project going. So we do accept contributions, you know, as a nonprofit, we can do that. But where's all this data going to go? Because the Getty is not going to be able to keep it up. You know, they don't have the staff to do that. It's not really their interest. Is it going to just go sit in a vault somewhere and nobody's going to have access to it? So these are the questions we're doing now. And of course, you know, we're going to do a version that goes on archive.org and Wayback Machine. You know, if those things continue existing in the future, you can still have access to the Catalogues Raisonnés. So what happens now is that, again, it becomes a hybrid. And I've always called us, I think of the Sam Francis Foundation, we do a lot of work and projects and exhibitions and books and publications, but I think of us as the Prius of the artist foundations. You know, we just keep going, but eventually we will have to recharge, and so we will be doing a printed version of everything once we've got it in. But it'll be a thumbnail. It'll be a simple book. It won't be the coffee table book, but it'll be some sort of printed document of where we are, and hopefully somebody will be able to keep it going in the future. So,
thank you. Mais je crois aussi que cela.
But I think this answers the question that we asked this morning. How can a CR be useful to academics or researchers in art history? Because this kind of tool is absolutely wonderful. When I think of when I was young and I was an art historian, we didn't have all this. Ombre. So you work for the foundation as well. And it's a committee. So Chagall. So no, it's not a foundation. So it's the CR for Marc Chagall. So this is the first picture that you can see. First of all, I'd just like to thank all those people who contributed to organize this wonderful event. And if I can make a small contribution in terms of building the history of CRs, I'll do so. So this is about Marc Chagall. This is a digital CR. So it's marcchagall.com. You have a QR code as well. You can flash that as well if you like, if you want to navigate directly on the site. Now, I don't have the button to change the slides, so can somebody do that? So this CR, which is available, Marc Chagall online, it's very new. It was created in 2019, so of course I don't have all the experience or the feedback that the CRs of San Francisco could have. What I can say, however, is that this is a project that we designed with the Marc Chagall archives, and this was a digital project. And our different, in terms of our different missions, was to establish and produce the catalogue, but also to develop the Marc and Iva archives, because all our team is lucky enough to have access to these archives, and this is kind of the cornerstone of all our work that we do. And then there's another point that I will talk about at the end of the presentation, which is the different uses of our CR. So why we put this together, what we do with it, and what is going to happen to it in the future, especially in terms of opening up. So this is not just for art dealers, it's also for researchers, and also it can be used by museum institutes. So here you have our team. This is just to give you an idea of the people who really work every day on this particular project. So Eva Belbergi, Sophia, and others. You can see the names on the slide. And also, just to say that CR, from our point of view, is not something that can be reduced by one person. So this team works together, but they also have the same values. And we also defend this idea of working as a team, as a group, so that we can put together, pool our knowledge, and we can define a working methodology and also have research axes which are different points of view. And we compare those. And it's by comparing things and doing all this research, that's how our project was born. So currently, this is the catalogue. Then what's it all about? It's a huge digital platform, a website, but there's also what we call a mobile version. The mobile version is particularly efficient, easy to use. You can take this everywhere with you, put it in your pocket, consult it. It's very ergonomic. Right, for the moment, I'd just like to point out we've been working on since 2019 on the body of work. There are 3 main volumes that are available at the moment, and we've made the choice to work according to techniques. So you have the ceramics, you have the sculptures, and mosaics for the moment. And for each volume, with its technical approach. Then you have a chronological approach after that. So you have a search engine which is very sophisticated, designed with the people who designed the database of the Louvre Museum. So you can imagine that it is a database which is absolutely huge and which compares the works online, but also there's a digital digital archives, so for all the body of works. And so the idea in the long run is to be the CFA Marc Chagall, but also to be the most sophisticated tool with all these different approaches coming together on Marc Chagall. Another specificity which is also used in other CRs, but which is distinctive in our case, is the attention that we've placed on editorial content and to define the aesthetics. So within the team, the people who are working on this, they all have a common vision, and this is to make the catalogue and to identify the works of Marc Chagall, but also to develop a certain aesthetics that we which corresponds to the artist, and and also to propose editorial content which is as close as possible to a paper publication. This is where the bridges between paper and digital can be discussed, because this is an editorial job which is similar to a paper version with lots of different texts and scientific texts and thousands of footnotes that you can consult if you have the time. And also one of the advantages of what we've set up is well, we talked about the importance of images and text, but this is something that you can also do digitally. And within our team, we are very attentive to the fact that the high-definition images are accessible. You can click on them, you can navigate, you can be as close as possible to the real work as you can. And for this, this is something which is key for us. Also, in terms of the text, you have a whole system. If you click on the links and you have various vignettes that appear, and you can have the work on the page. And so it's a very interactive network. And finally, something else we want to underscore, this is done with philanthropy in mind. So everything is free, everything that we distribute, everything is accessible by as many people as possible, because the observation that we made when we wondered about paper or digital was to note that should we produce a book? Of course, that was very tempting, especially for all the people in the team who have a lot of strong editorial experience. But basically, we realized that the cost of production was very high, and that for us, it didn't really correspond to the mission that we have, which was to offer the content to the art market, to researchers, to museums, but also to students and all those people who want to do art history research. Another important point in terms of our work and that we really highlight on the site is the archives. As I said before, we have the good fortune to have Marc and Ida archives available to us, and as these are the most complete as far as we know. So 1905 to 1985, and then after the death of the artist as well, several tens of thousands of documents, letters, administrative documents, everything. And reports on exhibitions, research on provenance with different owners. So we have one part of this which is really dedicated to documents, and then photos as well, thousands of documents there. So all this is digitized. Everything has been inventoried on the database. And there's a link with each of these files. I'll show you that now. So here you have a file on the work. So this is the wedding. So, and then you have the number of the CR and lots of things about information about the object. And what distinguishes this approach is that apart from the provenance, the publications, the exhibitions, you also have a thumbnail to the archives. And if you click on this, you have the document from the archives. It opens up, so with a code, with a description, English and French. I forgot to say that we have a bilingual site, and then you have access to the image. And this allows people to zoom in and to read the document for themselves. You can also imagine that, sorry, that was off mic. You can also imagine that the links that were explained by San Francisco Foundation, that takes an awful lot of time to do. And so we do this, we update them progressively as we do our research. But what is quite clear is that for us, whether it's about dating, for provenance, for exhibitions, publications, etc., everything refers back to the archives.
Et ensuite.
Next, I was talking about the apps of this Catalogues Raisonnés. Okay, so we've got this fabulous digital format, but within our team, right from the inception of our body, we want to develop partnerships, tie-ups with institutions. So there was genuine thought about what is a Catalogues Raisonnés in 2019, say all the way through to 2025, and how can I desegregate and go to other institutions, go to institutions or outfits that won't necessarily have thought about using a Catalogues Raisonnés in the first place. I'm thinking about designing exhibitions, research, scheduling conferences, colloquium. So here's some pictures. Two speeches we made, one in the Marc Chabal Museum, which is obviously a partner, and that we support them in a number of areas. And here we were able to speak. We were able to show the Catalogues Raisonnés and all the functions and features that can be useful for the museum to do research, but also look after their archive. And then there was another event around the 100 years of the Troganov Museum, and we offered a contribution for archives and the Catalogues Raisonnés, dealing with the Femme de la Fontaine archive. So this is looking at visuals, text, but also the lending of the physical documents. This is in fact what we see on the screen here. And then more recently, 2025, we were lucky enough to be able to work, well, once again, with the Marc Chagall National Museum, but also with the Mar Ravenna and the RMN Grand Palais in Paris for an overall exhibition. So, we're part of a scientific committee, and our Catalogues Raisonnés work involves the design of the exhibition, producing texts for the exhibition in paper format, but it's also on our website. And that's why it's interesting, because the borders disappear somewhat between digital and paper. And so you have this kind of circle of influence, if you like, that can produce within the catalogue supposé a kind of a way of operating for the exhibition, as offering its support for paper format publications. And that's it. And that's all I have to say. Thanks very much. Marc Restellini. Do you want me to give you introductions? I met this gentleman 40 years back, and he was obsessed with methodology. So perhaps he'll tell us now whether that's still something that's part of his world. What I think is great, ultimately, is that this panel is echoing with this morning's panel, because you can see, the raisonné, the catalogue raisonné, corresponds to the artist that obviously it refers to. You can't talk about a catalogue raisonné in abstracto. Each artist has one. Well, we've just seen 2 examples, fabulous examples, with extraordinary work that's gone into them. But ultimately, they have their approaches, their methodology that is tailored to what's required for the artist. So I'm going to be talking about an artist who throws up other issues altogether. Modigliani. This is an artist who, right from the outset, even before he began, he had a reputation of being a bit difficult, of being a bit weird, a bit difficult to pigeonhole. Somebody is a bit difficult to date his works, etc., etc. That was my starting point. But primarily from a reference work, a catalogue, which is now obsolete, which is Ambrogio Ceroni's catalogue. In the day, I've been working on Modigliani for ages now, but in 1996, I'd done a number of Modigliani exhibitions, and I was asked in 1996, I was asked constantly, when you're going to do a catalogue raisonné, because everybody knew about the obsolescence problem with catalogue raisonnés. So what did I do? The latest one I was asked was, well, I can't remember. That's right. Well, no, you do the catalogue raisonné. We will finance you. Don't worry. All right. I still hesitated because of Modigliani, the concern going to him, problem of authentication, for example. A lot of catalogue raisonnés can struggle with that. Maybe you might say there's too many Modigliani catalogue raisonnés, but I don't think there is one these days by the way we understand it. We've got obsolete catalogues. We've got beneficiaries who are not doing their work properly. People have done also work on forgeries and counterfeits, which is the paradox at play with Modigliani. So you had to think about a way forward that would help you say, all right, we've got no problem, everything's put to bed, it's fine. Now, it took me a year to set up that methodology. I had to think it through. It was very complicated because I knew what I was taking on, and I didn't really want to do it, actually, but I was urged strongly to do so. I ended up doing it, but I laid down some conditions. I said, right, we're going to have to start everything again from scratch, that everything that we know, it shouldn't form the basis of our thinking that we'll ultimately run with. And we're going to start with starting with everything. Everything is what? Well, archives. That's the first point. Second, stylistic comparison. And third, scientific analysis. Those are our 3 thrusts. So I set up, therefore, a triangulation. That's why I called it. So what does that mean? It means that we drew up a benchmark work which was absolutely unquestionably historically authentic. I've modeled my slides up, says the speaker. All right, here we are. All right, so that was about the obsolescence of Catalogues Raisonnés. The one on the left is Ceruni's. The one on the right, we can see a fact file, if you like, for one single Modigliani painting. So if you like, well, there's total obsolescence of what had happened thus far. The Ceruni one dates back to the 1970s. It doesn't correspond to any prevailing norms and standards that, as I say, that currently we abide by. So this, in a word, is the catalogue, such as it will be, 6 volumes. It's been printed, and you can see it in Bâle. A prototype exists. If for those of you who doubt it exists, it exists. Apparently, people do doubt it exists. I mean, that's 30 years' work that went into that. And this is my triangulation schematic that I set up so that we could, some way or another, establish some form of process for authentication of Modigliani's work. It's very rigorous. It's built on a team which offers a framework within which to work. Teamwork, I agree, it's absolutely crucial. So I make sure that I get involved as little as possible, and I work counter-cyclically. In other words, if I feel that a work is false, is a forgery, and I know it and I can see it, then I ask my team to prove that it's authentic. And when I've got an authentic article, I get my team to prove that it's a forgery. Yeah. So then I wait for what emerges from that. And the idea is that at the end of the day, I'm not going to say the expert disappears altogether. No, I mean, it would be desperate to say that here in this august building where expertise goes to the heart of things. But I think that experts, we inherit a world where experts had too much importance. An expert would say, yep, it's all good. It's all good, it's rubber stamped, it's put to bed. This is a forgery. And then people say, well, why? So, I want to go against the tide. So I said to myself, right, I've got the methodology now, off we go. And my partner said, great, off we go. So I started by taking 20 or so works that came from Netta, Alexander, and Paul Guillaume, the first owners to run scientific analysis. I asked Daniel Wittgenstein to give me a lab for scientific analysis. And we did those analyses on the 12 works that covered really the entirety of the artist's span. So we had a general coverage, if you will, of what his work was year by year. And then as time went by, we would add on work, and then we'd see whether things tallied or didn't, or whether they were compatible or not. And then that was cross-referenced with a database, which is absolutely crucial, of documents, archives, yeah? By dint of my family, I've been in the business for ages, fortunately. And so I had archives. I had the Netta family archives that I could dip into. I also had a close friendship with Noel Alexander, who is, he was very generous. And when he died, he stipulated that the archives should also be given to me as a copy in addition to the Musée of Rouen. So I had Dutille's archives, I had photographic archive from Paul Guillaume that were recently given to the Orangerie Museum in Paris, but 25, 30 years, I had exclusive access to those archives. You can't do a catalogue raisonné without archives. It just can't be done. You can't do a catalogue raisonné without having the requisite info. The first-hand information that forms the basis of everything. Then, of course, it depends on the artist. Some artists don't categorize things. You've got artists that do the catalogue raisonné on their own. You've got a whole raft of different scenarios which suggests that the catalogue raisonné is not necessarily exact science, even though it should be. So, triangulation. This is a system that has been theorized. A few years after I implemented it, it was analyzed. I suppose That shows that I hadn't got everything completely wrong. And I'm not saying that it's infallible, but it's pretty sound. In other words, if you're able to see correspondences that exist between scientific information, dating information, pigment, image analysis, X-rays, and you got work that you can date because the artist has clarified the date, and then you can cross-reference that with other works. And that's where the third pillar enters into play. In other words, stylistic comparison. In other words, you can, when I'm talking about that kind of comparison, it's not that pretty blue splash there and the pretty pink splash there. No, you're really trying to track down what's called the writing, the signature, if you will, of the artist, his stylistic signature. How does he do it? How is he build it? And that can be seen, that can be gauged, that can be measured, that can be understood. So that's for the archives that Netes Borowski gave me. I had from the Lutin family, also had the archives there, and Paul Alexander, forgive me, says the speaker. So the stylistic approach is also built on the microscopic vision you may have of the work, so you can see through that the shapes, what's lacking, absences, let's say, what's been repainted, what's been painted over. All this can be seen, depends on the medium, but ultimately you've got a whole raft of information, an ocean of data, as it said today, not information, but anyway, you've got an entire corpus. And that gives you an added extra. You've got the statistical analysis that you can run. In other words, you can't get this wrong. I mean, you can know that, how an artist is going to design his work, his painting, if you will, and you can latch on to that, your knowledge of the work, academic understanding, scholarship, which comes as cherry on the cake. Now, if you've got good teams, fortunately in my team, I've got a chemist working in a scientific lab, and I've got a team that's worked hand in glove with me. I've got a document researcher in Paris. So we've got something that I think is pretty robust and which picks up on expectations, major expectations in terms of Modigliani, authenticity, forgeries, counterfeiting. And so we want to kind of weed out that concern, that worry that revolves or hangs over Modigliani. Look, this is a painting. You do an X-ray. This is how you date. With the X-ray, you can see an X-ray that shows another painting. We know that it shows Jeanne Hébuterne when she is pregnant. We can see that in the picture. So you can date the painting. The painting was obviously done afterwards because you've got the X-ray of the other painting underneath the painting. But I've seen this painting dated at 1917, whereas it's 1919. And then we've also restored the dating of, say, 60% of his work, dating that wasn't right initially. And you're looking at, well, there's always uncertainty, but you're looking at dates that are pretty much right now. And that's it from me.
Si, quand même fini.
All right, so you finished 30 seconds before the end. I do better next time. Perhaps we can carry on. Well, the catalogue then. There's a flyer here which shows you the catalogue. And if you want to order it, you can do so up until the 30th of January. I mean, it's a good price, I can tell you, to allow the library to buy one. All right, so now we have Andrea.
Hello? Hello?
Hello. Bonjour. Good morning from New York.
Good to see you. So, up to you.
Well, good morning again, and thank you, Ekaterina, for inviting me to speak at this panel. I'm very sorry that I cannot be there in person. So I prepared my 7 slides. Let me just share them right now. So as you just heard, my name is Andrea Theil. I'm the director of the Roy Lichtenstein Catalogues Raisonnés project, a born digital publication funded by the Artists Foundation and published 2 years ago, nearly to the day, in October 2023, on the occasion of the artist's 100th birthday. Our catalog documents Lichtenstein's entire oeuvre, almost 5,000 artworks across all classifications, from drawings, collages, and prints to paintings and sculpture, from ceramics and enameled works to murals and special commissions. When you enter the website at lichtensteincatalog.org, you will find more than 11,000 pages with artwork, exhibition, and literature information connected by thousands of hyperlinks, which allow you to explore Lichtenstein's art up close as well as in context. For my brief presentation today, I was asked to speak about the topic of methodology, which other speakers already mentioned. What are the key principles that have been forming the foundation of our Catalogues Raisonnés? Which methods defined our process, and how are they reflected in the catalog? Methodology is known to be fundamental to every catalog project. A reader's trust is built and lost depending on the clarity and transparency of the methodology used, the standards applied, how information is collected and presented. What is less well known is that every catalog project also requires being tailor-made, at least to a certain degree, in response to the characteristics of the artist's oeuvre. With that comes a multitude of often unexpected questions and decisions that need to be addressed, not only at the beginning, but throughout the entire catalog development process, all the way up to the time of publication. If I had to pick 3 key principles of the methodology applied to our research, I would say they are, first, the consistent physical examination and documentation of artworks. Second, a dedication to close analysis of any findings to reveal connections within the oeuvre. And third, at the core of it all, a culture of curiosity that aims at putting facts before ideas. Starting with the documentation of artworks, this is the setup for photography in 2018 at Lichtenstein's former studio on Washington Street in New York City. We spent a significant amount of time preparing detailed guidelines for the complicated path from shooting a digital image to retouching it for the online publication. The best written description of a work cannot provide the information an image delivers, especially when a consistent set of technical parameters is applied across the board. Now in this slide you see a wooden prototype for the bronze edition titled Lamp on Table from 1977, and also how various views reflect the complicated angles of this work, which may not be grasped in a single image alone. And should anybody be interested in diving deeper into this topic, I would like to invite you to study our extensive guide to the catalog online. Gathering the tombstone information of an artwork includes very basic actions like taking dimensions, but even that may require a methods guideline. Large 3-dimensional works like Lichtenstein's House 1 prototype from 1996 can be tricky to measure and may require a set of handlers to properly do the job. One of the research methods we introduced early on was the use of color wheels in the process of a work's examination. Lichtenstein's longtime assistant James De Pasquale prepared a set of paint chips from leftover paints in the artist's former studio. We used the wheel at the time of any viewing of an artwork to prepare what we call a color map. I may add that our mission from the start was to examine each artwork in person. Color maps have turned out to be invaluable for image retouchers because they guide them as a second set of information in addition to the photo data. Another research requirement we determined imperative was to take sufficient close-up snapshots. In this slide, you see a detailed image of a painting documenting Liechtenstein's signature dots, which can vary in pattern. And next to it, a snapshot documenting an interesting area of a wooden maquette. Together, the systematically gathered data added up to a wealth of information we could reliably turn to achieve a fuller understanding of a work. The second methodology principle I mentioned earlier, the detailed analysis of works to reveal connections or context, is reflected in this slide. Here you see some of Liechtenstein's 32 known sketchbooks. After an initial examination, we soon decided that a deeper analysis of these books was worthwhile, not knowing that it would turn into a multi-year project and a carousel of new findings that created new questions, which in turn asked for another round of close looking. All works on paper, including on sketchbook pages, were examined by us using a set of tools. It included a pocket gauge, which measures paper thickness, and the American Print Council paper sample book from 1996, which ensured a consistent use of terminology for otherwise difficult to describe paper shades. Research of the sketchbooks included the counting of stubs, the narrow strips of paper left in a book when a page is cut or torn out. The count enabled us to determine the number of any missing pages. Once we paired the gathered data on the sketchbook's paper structure, paper texture, and page size, with the data gathered from examining Liechtenstein's loose drawings, we were able to connect hundreds of those loose drawings to their original source sketchbook. This created new and exciting context for Liechtenstein's drawing practice, which is now reflected in the catalog. This is a screenshot from our catalog's umbrella entry for Piazzesi Romboli sketchbook. When you scroll down online, you find the summary of our findings about any drawings we determined or suggest originated in this book. These drawings are in turn hyperlinked to the umbrella book entry and can also be viewed together with the book in an image carousel. As usual, these static slides do limited justice to the dynamic online catalog browsing experience. Our efforts to research and provide context is also reflected in this slide. This is a screenshot of the catalog entry for Liechtenstein's iconic Romance pop painting, Oh, All Right, from 1964. You may have seen this work in person at the Centre Pompidou's wonderfully installed Liechtenstein retrospective held in 2013. The artist painted this canvas at his studio on West 26th Street in Manhattan, in a burst of creativity which produced several other masterpieces in less than 3 years. The catalog entry gives the usual tombstone information, title, date, media line, etc. And in addition, it is hyperlinked to a listing of Liechtenstein's studios and residences. Catalog section we are slowly expanding with the goal to eventually assign a creation location to every artwork. On the bottom left of the slide, you see a small preparatory drawing that is hyperlinked as a related work. And on the bottom right, I pasted a screenshot of the hyperlinked comic book clipping Liechtenstein used as a reference. Online, you can bookmark these entries and then view them closely side by side, if you wish, even in a relative size view. My final slide shows another screenshot of our catalog's landing page. The image captures Liechtenstein at his Southampton studio in 1987, while working on a group of brushstroke landscape paintings with preparatory sculpture leading to the brushstroke head editions behind him. The menus you see on the top of the screen mark major sections of our catalog. All of them are closely interconnected. To produce meaningful research in a multi-layered, monumental project such as ours required effective, collaborative teamwork. At the height of operations, we were a team of 14 people. I was lucky to work with a group of dedicated professionals who kept sharing their expertise who were ready to ask the same question over and over again, and most remarkably, who were willing to sit with uncertainty. Together, we went on a creative, memorable journey of discovery while learning to make peace with terms like likely or possibly, even with the use of intentional question marks. I like to call it a culture of curiosity that aims at putting facts before ideas. Since the catalog's launch, I've come to understand that this method of collaboration shaped our publication in multiple ways, certainly as much as any other method we applied. I'm closing my remarks with the invitation to join the more than 114,000 users worldwide who have been navigating our online catalog over the last 2 years. We put much care, dare I say methodology, into our site's user-centric design, and access is free, and I hope it will inspire you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We really do appreciate. And last but not least, après.
So after Claude Gelée, we have an artist who is going to explain the reasons behind this work. And we have Noémie de Hôtel, who's the author of a CR. Thank you for inviting me to this really good round table. I'm very honored to be with you this afternoon. Now, I'm Noémie, I'm 44 years old, and I am what they call a living artist. First of all, I'd like to tell you something about my work so that you understand this. Now, I went through a figurative stage. This was from 5 years old with small formats. I worked with oil painting, acrylics, but above all, ink and watercolors. And then when we went into lockdown, I was looking for a new material, and I just happened to pull out a drawer, and I saw these nails from a tapestry. So they have they're different colors. They can be silver, they can be gold, they can be even copper colored. And so this allowed me, and you have this work on the left-hand side, which is here. So basically it adds light to the work, and it's accompanied by these very free, imaginative forms, very moving forms, which for me, these are forms which I call puzzle scopes, because for me, life is a puzzle. It's free, it's soft, and these forms convey a kind of commotion, and it allows me to convey my emotions to you. And then you have my signature. So this is basically it's a ladybird, which old and young both like, because they have to look for this, have to search for it. So why did I decide to produce a Catalogues Raisonnés? Well, it's a bit pretentious on my side. I'm not yet a famous artist, but I decided nevertheless, and this idea was expressed to me by Jeanne de Poliac, who's a gallery owner, and she has set up a digital platform, which is absolutely wonderful, InventorZen. So it's a tool where everything is found in the same place. So an e-shop, an internet site, but also my new creations, news, and as well my Catalogues Raisonnés. Now, first of all, what did this Catalogues Raisonnés allowed me to do? First of all, to establish order. I don't have an agent. I don't have a gallery owner who works with me. So I had all these different photos, images, these exhibitions in one corner of my studio. And so this allowed me to have a kind of thread, to attach a thread to my work. And so everything is linked together. And this is a platform which allows you to link the exhibitions, the photos, the press cuttings. So everything comes together. And then I realized that well, I decided to do this from 2014 onwards, and I realized that I had references, 360 different works, which is an awful lot. I started in 2014 and will soon be into 2026. And then this allowed me to have a kind of diary, if you like. So I was able to express my emotions, give a title, I dated things, and so I talk about the emotion I'm feeling, the emotions I had in the past. I explain why I did this particular work and when I did it, coming back from a trip or something like that. So basically, I open up to you. It's a kind of diary, if you will. And then it's also a kind of respiration, because this is a kind of annex to my workshop. This is where I classify things, I organize things. And I don't do this every Tuesday from 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock, but I do this when I need to do it, when I need to organize things, to know what works I've got in my studio so that I can present those to an exhibition. And something else which is really great, this is a link to my collectors. There were some collectors that had not bought just one work, but 8. So I was very surprised by this and also very moved by it. And this also allowed me to say, well, I'm going to produce a newsletter now. I'm going to explain to my collectors who I haven't seen for a long time what's going on, what I'm doing at the moment, and how I'm doing it. But all this, but where have these works gone? But due to the CR, this allowed me to see what my geographic scope was. And I realized that I had 4 in Dubai, I had 3 in Italy, about 10 in Switzerland, some in Belgium, I've got a few in New York. So these paintings are traveling. So everything is kind of traveling, just like my puzzle scope. And this is wonderful for an artist to know that all their works are spread out across the world and where they are. And then for me, it's a sense of security as well and a kind of protection. I haven't been copied, but perhaps I will be one day. But I can say that in 2020, this is what I did, and this is the result. So this Catalogues Raisonnés, basically, I'm extremely happy to have made this, to have produced it, and it allows me to make these links and meet new people. And this is something which is living all the time, updating all the time, because I put everything in here. And it is a key tool for contemporary artists today. Because for you, this allows you to understand our art. It's not a book. It's not. It's a meeting place, just like the title of my work, which is called The Meeting. And this is the meeting with myself, my work, and you. Thank you very much.
Bravo, ce qui me conduit à poser.
So this leads me to a question for everybody. You talked about a support. So this support was Inventusin, and it was created by Diane, somebody, and her team. So you which support do you use, though? Marc, what do you use? Artifacts. I've been using that for 10, 12 years, and David Gross presented that this morning. It's really the Rolls Royce of tools. It's absolutely wonderful. So there are other models, more recent models, but so Ambra has the paying version. Is that no? He doesn't know anything about that. But I also have a great system. Well, they're not mutually exclusive in terms of our work. They're quite remarkable. One, you have a great image capacity. You have the possibility And I have access to my CR, I can consult it on my iPhone. All the members of my team can consult it wherever they are. You have connections between the different links, publications, collectioners, and all this. So it's an interactive system which is really well designed. It was invented by David, who you heard this morning, and he's over there. And we've been working with David for about 10 years, I think. Isn't that right? And for Chagall, so you have another system? So, Formula One. No, we have an objective system. Our database is 4D, fourth dimension, so nothing to do with cars. It's a database which is used by the Rodin Museum and by the Giacometti Institute. And perhaps it's a bit more old school than your tools, but it's very good nevertheless. And it allows us to categorize and to dissect information as specifically as possible, and to include a whole host of different images, no matter what the size of those is. So we have a white SEB, a website, an interface, and you can use 4D on there. We work, there's a lot of editorial work which is done on the website, but it's not the website which is our daily working tool. So, and this isn't public, by the way, this tool. And
This is on, we use Panopticon, based out of New York, and I first was, I discovered them through the Cézanne, because they did the first Catalogue Raisonnés for online for Cézanne, and I liked the interactiveness of it very much, and we are very particular about the sizes of the images. We don't want them to be too large, so people can print them, make posters and all of that. So we have sort of a limit as to the amount of the size that you can blow up the artwork to. We have a little bit of that kind of control for copyright. And it interfaces with us very well with our website. In fact, we are now, we have a free subscription basis. We want to know who's signing up, so you have to sign in. But, and then we have a subscription basis that has a fee of $100 that you can get more of the juicy bits. You know, you can dive deeper into an artwork, whereas the free version is basically the basic tombstone of the artwork, but it doesn't give you a number. So you have to subscribe to get the Catalogue Raisonnés number. But eventually all of this we are going to make it all for free, and probably within the year.
And do you have any guarantees, security guarantees, in terms of your providers? Because you can hack these systems very easily. I could produce a forgery of Madame Iturbe, and I could just put it directly on your site, couldn't I? Well, no, apparently I do have very tough security in place. It's very well secured. Same thing for you? Well, you need to ask the question directly to David, but yes, in principle, it is very secure. Do you want to answer? No.
So okay. Yeah, the site is secure. We're also protecting images. We have various levels of protection for the images, so it's possible to both have zoomable images, but to not be able to in any way download the high-res version of that. And the data has multiple levels of security in it. It's not been an issue ever. So.
Thank you. Mais si je comprends bien, aucun.
So, if I understand correctly, none of these servers use this blockchain technology. It's very has been now. Oh, it raises other issues. I don't know whether this is what we're talking about today, because we could spend hours on this on blockchain. So it really is a completely different issue. Did you have something to say? Andrea? Can you hear us, Andrea?
The question was, what is the system, the data computer you use?
Yeah, we're using Panopticon, just like the San Francisco Catalogue Raisonnés does. And we have been developing several modules over the years that could serve our needs, which was very helpful, because most databases don't come in a way, in the layout that serves a catalog of our size. There's so many artworks and different classifications. And what's also helpful is that this interface database feeds our online catalog, but can also be used then to publish a printed version, which we are planning on doing once we're getting closer to the sunset of our foundation, which will be the case in the coming years.
Do you think it's secure?
Was this about security?
Yeah.
I will leave this to the technicians and to the computer specialists. I would say that it's definitely set up for security in many ways, as the previous speaker just said. I would say the internet is the internet. That's why we all plan on publishing something in book form, because you don't know what happens 100 years from now. How will the security measures work 100 years from now, if you think long term? Short term, I'm definitely sure that all security measures are taken and we are safe.
So it seems to be wise. Book is the best security, if I understood. Okay.
Ça, si je puis me permettre, peut-être d'apporter.
So perhaps I could add something to this. In terms of security, we have a team of IT specialists, so we have secure data on different servers, and these are hidden in places which I will not reveal to you today. But what is important is that digital might scare people. The zero risk doesn't exist. You can always steal a picture, but high definition pictures are secure. But there are also the same risks appear with more traditional versions. We have people who sell images and who rescan visuals, for example, and they sell these. So this goes hand in hand with written intellectual data. So I think the two issues, paper and digital, are more or less the same. So I was thinking about an event which took place in the UK a couple of years ago. These forgers, John Douge was one of them, and he went to consult the archives of the V&A and the archives of the Hanover Gallery. And those were held by Erika Bronzen. She was the first person in England to do an exhibition on Giacometti and Bacon. And so these were old photos, quite mediocre photos that's happened. So the documentation center, they had to make sure that they couldn't enter with any photos. And when you're experts and the art historians, when they go and consult the Hanover Gallery archives, and they see that the picture they're consulting is in the archives. So, but the same problem can come up with an online catalog if somebody has access to that. So this is why we need security. Can I add to that? Okay, what you're raising here, this is a problem which goes back forever. So we're talking about falsifying archives. In terms of Modigliani, when I talked about a problem that was raised by the family, we have many archives that have been falsified to allow people to authentify paintings that are false. So this is where the judge decided to allow us to do a scientific analysis, and they said, okay, there's a problem here. This allows us to see that the archive was falsified, was forged. So this happens all the time. There was a case just recently. So we are not protected from the falsification of an archive. So the cost of so this was the case with Modigliani's. These are people who went to put these archives in a library. Said, okay, we've found these archives. So this happens all the time, and the work. One of the problems of CR is that you shouldn't necessarily trust archives. So we've got this open data. So, you know, it does happen all the time. You just have so don't trust the archives. You have to know the archives. You have to know where they come from. You have to have enough knowledge on the artist to see if those archives haven't been stolen or because there are thefts. So making archives available to the public, we're saying, okay, well, everybody can see things. It's not true. It doesn't work, and it's dangerous. I've seen it happen, but also artists know how to criticize their sources. Off mic.
Un problème. Apprenez le latin.
You have to learn Latin. So last thing, I think it's very interesting what you say. Let's just imagine the case of a very good cyber attacker, so knows all the different barriers that they have to get through. So let's imagine that this is true. So on our website, we have security barriers, and they're very present. And then we know that in real time, we know what modification is made to the site and what type of change it is. And all that data is analyzed every 2 hours, I think. So we have a report on what's been going on. So if you want, we have our team plus the IT team that validates each modification on the site, each inclusion of a work, each change of a comma. So we have this dual control at the moment, and we haven't had any intrusions for the moment. And as far as I'm concerned, I am checked. I have passwords, checks on Google, so nobody has the right to enter my universe, my digital platform, to update it or change it in any way. So are there any questions from the room?
Hello, I am, one second here, let me get Jonathan Novak. I have an art gallery in Los Angeles, and I deal in post-war American and European art. I have forever been fascinated by Catalogues Raisonnés and my library at large. But I also feel very dependent upon them. And one thing that has come up today is the idea of sunsetting of Catalogues Raisonnés and the estates and foundations. It concerns me. It seems to me the research continues forever. What happens, what can you all do to assure this generation and future generations that the information, new information comes in and Catalogues Raisonnés do get updated? Thank you.
Thanks to you. You répond?
Alors, la mise à jour. Comment on peut lutter contre l'obsolescence du
So how can we fight against obsolescence of CS? Well, basically what we're moving towards is the hybrid catalogue. So this is something I believe in a lot. The Modigliani catalogue that will be coming out, you've got between 2 and 4 pages per work. And this gives you a whole host of information which is verified, checked, guaranteed. as being true. But then there's a whole host of different dossiers, the scientific information. We have summarized these in the methodology. 30 pages of screenshots showing infrared pictures, x-rays, etc. But if we want to have a full, complete dossier with all the information on the work, it can't be put in the CR on paper. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be 2 pages per work, it would be 30 pages per work. So this is where so the paper catalogue and the basic repertory that basically it should be basic information to allow people to go and get other information, and to do that we need digital information. So access to a database, this is what we're thinking about. We talked about this morning and we discussed it with David. So I think that the next step to the paper catalogue will be an expert catalogue, which, so working with a professional, a researcher, an art dealer, collector, whatever, and to ask to have full access to a certain dossier. So that we're talking about hundreds of different dossiers there. So I believe in the hybrid catalogue myself.
The best part about doing the Catalogues Raisonnés right now is you get to experience the life of the artwork still, because it's still living if it travels to different homes or shows. So to me, that's just fascinating, the life of the artwork, where it comes from the original studio to where it could end up, 100 years from now. And any Catalogues Raisonnés is going to go out of print at some time, because that's just the nature of those projects. There's not, maybe somebody like the Warhol Foundation will be around forever, and they'll have a staff that can keep adding information, but we're not going to be able to keep adding like Provenance Trail and things like that. We won't be able to keep adding, what shows it's been in, the artwork and things. But our goal is that we're actually printing out each page digitally and putting it in a file at the Getty, boxes and boxes, we'll have 8,000 or 5, we're probably ending up around 10,000 when we finish. You can go look through 10,000 files if you want, and have all of the documentation in the file. So there'll be the letters, our notes, whatever. So those archives for our instance will be around forever, and then doing the print version too. So we will be doing that.
Yep. You wanted?
Yeah. There's definitely a friction between the intention to produce something that everyone can see forever, and at the same time, nothing can be forever and can go on forever. I think there's a lot of responsibility on an author's side to prepare, including the research materials, in an accessible way for future generations. In our case, the archive is about to be fully scanned and gifted to the Archives of American Art. It's about 150 meters of material. But on top of that, we will also produce a survey of our methodology, of the materials we used. We will have dozens of binders and style sheets and an explanation, a summary of our procedure. Just so that the next generation can see how we have been thinking and what our materials contain, how the material was born and what it was used for, and then take it on. Because one always has to consider the fact that everybody thinks differently. And there is an interesting point to make between authors who create one work and the next set of authors who might think very differently about what we have been producing. So I think every Catalogues Raisonnés faces that situation, and it's definitely a curious thought about what the future will bring.
Thank you. D'autres questions?
Any more questions?
Yes, I'll ask the question in English. It's one thing to speak about the archives and research material for works that ultimately go into the Catalogues Raisonnés, meaning the works that the team or individual believes are by the artist. I think it's a little bit maybe more thorny as a question. What to do with the archives regarding works that you choose not to admit to the Catalogues Raisonnés. This comes up all the time. It came up in my own research at IFAR, and even committees that we were close to weren't so free to share with us. Sometimes they were, but many times they weren't, material about so-called rejected works. And this has a lot to do, of course, with what I referred to earlier as the litigious society we live in the United States. So I'm curious how you all are dealing with that. It's hard enough. You found the Getty is getting it, and Andrea has the Archives of American Art, but you're dealing with two major artists and two major archival repositories that are willing to accept this material. It's not easy to get this material even accepted. There aren't many places that are willing to do it, let alone do it in a way that they will update, if at all. Most of them don't commit to continuing to update. So in response to Jonathan Novak's question, it's a case of housing it, but not updating the material. That's rare, really. But I'm curious how you're handling the works and the privileged, so to speak, information of the owners and the fact that the works were rejected. Frankly, that's more interesting material for whether a dealer, a collector, or a scholar to know what you didn't accept. So where is
we
that
actually
going?
have them fill out a form, the collectors, and how they wish to be listed. And the form is very specific that their information will become part of the archives at the Getty. So they're signing the form knowing that their name is going to be in some sort of document. So that's one thing we've been very careful about. And I have notebooks and notebooks and notebooks of artworks that are pending research. And those will go at the Getty too. So that's how we're dealing with it.
Oui, moi je veux bien essayer de répondre. Merci.
Thank you very much for the question. It's a very interesting question you're putting. Now, I think you need to make a distinction. You've got private archives that currently are given to institutions, and then public archives. Now, we deal with private archives. Now, we're lucky enough to be able to preserve documents of various shapes and sizes. Now, the works are part of our Catalogues Raisonnés or not, we're still going to be applying this rationale, retaining information about the traceability of work. So we're going to keep everything, basically. And this also means, after the fact, that enables us to have a history of non-integrated works or even forged works that is important to retain by way of information. It's also part and parcel of Chagall's work and the changing face of ethics, deontology, and expertise work, which is done on work. So it's also a crucial part of the whole process, I think. So our last roundtable is devoted to legal matters. We're lucky enough to have with us a fabulous panel of experts. We have Stephen Schindler. He'll be talking about how things stand in the United States from a legal perspective. We have Olivier Debac. He's going to be talking about France. And we have Benjamin Daucher, a notary, as well as Amanda Gray, who will be telling us how things prevail in the UK. So perhaps now we can start with a recent judicial determination that was handed down by the Paris Appeal Court by Chamber 2 on the 4th of September 2025. And let me just read out. Identifying works that are designed to make a determination on the authenticity or not of an item comes under the freedom of expression and can be exercised without monopoly. So from this French judge's view, there is no monopoly of opinion going to a specific artist. So my first question will be going to everybody on the panel, but perhaps Stephen can start. Are there any criteria enabling us to know whether an individual or a committee is legitimate to create a catalogue raisonné?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm obviously not in Paris. I'm in New York City, the litigation capital of the world. And to answer your question very briefly, the answer is no. At least under U.S. law and precedent, there is no determining sort of legal factor as to who gets to be an authenticating body. There are some intellectual property issues that are important, but there is no real criteria. Very often, as you know, it comes out of the estates of a deceased artist, but that's just that's the way it's been.
Et Amanda, quand nous préparions cette conférence,
Amanda, when we were preparing this conference, Amanda, you mentioned the fact that there could be a number of people involved in the Catalogues Raisonnés. It could be a gallery owner, it could be artists, it could be an academic, or even an art historian or an art researcher. So in the UK, are there any criteria, any stringent criteria, or more or less stringent, in terms of those criteria which will determine who is legitimate or not to create a catalogue raisonné?
So very much like Stephen, thank you for having me here today. It's been a really lovely conference.
Amanda?
Oh, sorry.
Thank
Hello.
you.
Sorry, you can hear me now. I would just want to say thank you very much to everyone and to Ekaterina for all the organisation. It's a heavy lift, so thank you. To your question, I share Stephen's comments. There aren't any criteria in the UK. However, as we discussed previously, there's a qualitative assessment that's done both by myself and other professionals as to the gravity and the weight one should apply to a catalogue raisonné when you're looking things in the round. So it may well be that there is an heir, but are they the best placed to be the party who's creating the catalogue raisonné? Or there may be academics. So we heard from Yale earlier, who's got a long-term association in terms of the Paul Mellon Centre, a very well-established generator of catalogue raisonné in terms of from an academic point of view. But you get some outliers. So I get some very interesting cases where I have people coming in going, I've got a Turner, I want to bring it to market. And there's a raft of documentation that appears in front of me, certificates of authenticity with great rosettes on them, a catalogue raisonné or a monograph that's been produced by someone I've never heard of, and you're busy Googling thinking, am I ignorant? And thinking, no, actually, I really haven't heard of this person. So there's a qualitative element to it, but there aren't any legal criteria in terms of you can't be, you are. So there aren't sort of regulations. No, it's not regulated in that sense.
Thank you. And Olivier?
And Olivier? In France, then, often you hear about moral rights. Necessarily moral rights. Do they mean that some individuals are more legitimate than others to make a pronouncement? I mean, I don't know, let's say a gallery artist as opposed to a historian, as opposed to somebody else? No, from a legal standpoint, the answer is no. No right confers upon a beneficiary a particular entitlement or right to authenticate an item. Having said that, through authorship rights, they can control things because they can combat counterfeiting and forgeries. But that's a different thing altogether. But there is a form of porosity, if you like, between authentication, which is simply scientific, and then the aptitude to combat forgery, which offers you, well, which you can do through a way of controlling what's going on. But from a legal standpoint, they're two things that are very different. All right, my question now goes to Stephen. Can it be that the author of a Catalogues Raisonnés be forced to include a work in the catalogue by a judicial determination?
No, actually, so very few things are clear in the law, but that one is pretty clear. We go back to a pivotal case in New York that was decided in around 2009. Was Joel Thome brought a lawsuit against the Alexander and Louisa Calder Foundation. In that case, Mr. Thome was the owner of several theatrical stage sets, first created by Calder in 1936 for a work by Eric Satie, and then recreated with Calder's input and permission in 1976. Unfortunately, Calder died shortly before the performance and before he was to have his photograph taken in front of the sets. The owner of the sets, Mr. Thome, in 1997, sent the works to the Calder Foundation to have them included in the Catalogues Raisonnés. The foundation didn't include the works in the catalog, essentially rendering them unsellable. He brought a lawsuit in New York and asked the court both for an injunction compelling the foundation to include the work in the catalog and a declaration that the works were authentic, and some other relief as well. But in that case, the court dismissed all of the claims and found that the foundation was entitled to its opinions, and it's interesting that France has finally come along to this, entitled to its opinions as to what is or is not authentic, and the art world will either accept it or not, but very clearly that no one has a legal entitlement to have their work included in a catalog. And the court also declined to enter a judgment regarding the authenticity of the works, reasoning that courts are really not competent to make those kinds of declarations, and recognizing that the art world could care less really what some court says about authentication.
Thank you, Stephen. And Amanda, in French. Au Royaume-Uni.
Now, in the UK, Amanda, judges, do they feel that they enjoy competency or jurisdiction whereby they would force some authors of Catalogues Raisonnés to build in some works into those catalogues?
No, so exactly the same position as Steve. Mm-hmm. However, they can opine in relation to a work, having heard expert opinion. So they might reach a different opinion to another expert. And they're very much, as Stephen alluded to, it is ultimately up to the art market to decide what they do with this information. Do they hold any weight to what's been said in court, or do they decide actually, no, I prefer in full assessment, I'm going to go with someone else? That said, it's quite rare for, well, not known really, in terms of Catalogues Raisonnés themselves to be challenged in court. Around it, though, the parties you're going to get challenged are either those that use them. So, for example, a dealer. So in the recent case of Weems against Dickinson, it related to a Chardin. And in that, an assessment was made about this particular work, about whether it was a Chardin or not. The court was very careful to step away from that and say that Dickinson, the dealer, was entitled to his opinion. Similarly, you've got an older case of Drake and Agnew. Similarly, it was described as a Van Dyck or by Van Dyck. Again, they're entitled to have an opinion. And if you look at any of the catalogues for auction houses, etc., you'll see the expression is of an opinion. So buyer beware, caveat emptor. These are opinions. So, and opinions change, new information comes to light. So they're quite careful to step around that particular issue. But with these two authorities, number one, it wasn't the CR authors that were in the firing line. It was the parties that were utilising that particular information, particularly in relation to the Chardin. Dickinson looked at the Catalogues Raisonnés in that instance. And litigation, we're not like the US in terms of we don't have a very favourable costs position. Is highly costly, time intensive, and you won't get recovery of your costs. So you think very carefully before going full blow, down the road of litigating.
Oui, nous allons avoir une question séparée concernant les.
Okay, another question about court costs. Thanks very much, Amanda, about that particular point. So, Olivier, in France, is the situation different? The author of the Catalogues Raisonnés is protected by freedom of expression, for example? Well, if you'd asked me this 10 years back, I would have said that the author who refused to incorporate an authenticated work, he might be compelled to do so. Atland ruling in 2008, for example, speaks to that point. At the time, there were similar requests against some Daniel Windenstein catalogues, and he answered, say, well, look, if the courts ask me to build in a work into the catalogue, well, then I'll do so, and the market then will decide. The market will decide whether the court is right or whether I'm right. So there's a question of, I don't know, effectiveness. If there's a court decision which authenticates a work or a credible Catalogues Raisonnés, which one do you believe? I think currently, there's a 2014 decision, and it's interesting the factual basis of this case, because the author of the catalogue refused to authenticate the item. There was litigation, and a judicial expert was appointed and authenticated the IT. So from a judicial perspective, it is authentic, and it probably is, actually. Despite that, the author of the catalogue refused to build in the work into the catalogue. It went all the way up to the appeals court, and the judge determined that refusal of the author of a Catalogues Raisonnés to incorporate a work, whether it's authentic or not, cannot, and this is where it's interesting, cannot, despite a specific text, be considered as acting improperly. So this is about the freedom of expression as safeguarded by the Human Rights Convention, to say that the Catalogues Raisonnés is an intellectual work protected by the freedom of expression. So today, there's a sort of total immunity really at play, protecting authors of Catalogues Raisonnés. The question that this begs is whether it's legitimate or excessive, because ultimately, well, this is maybe a reductive view of the catalogues, but for the market at least, the catalogue is designed to authenticate or not. And an expert in auctioning or whatever has the same purpose, authentication. And so this is another way. There's another decision in the appeals court in 1995, says the expert which authenticates an item without associating his opinion is a guarantor of the authentic quality of the work. Anyway, so we're still in the authentication ballpark. So that either there is non-liability or automatic liability. Now, doctrine is pretty critical of that 2014 decision, it must be said, and makes you think of alleviating factors. But anyway, today, it's pretty much immunity that prevails. So the use of the Catalogues Raisonnés to the benefit of the author for a work that he knows is not an original. There was somebody who'd reproduced a sculpture, for example, that wasn't original, but it looked original, and was able, therefore, on that basis, to sell the sculpture. And case law penalised this by saying that it was a wrongful act. The microphone was not close to Benjamin's mouth, signals the interpreter. Now, there are a number of authors of Catalogues Raisonnés in the auditorium, and one of the questions that I receive, or I hear from them, is that we're frightened of court costs. Now, Stephen, court costs then, what's it all about in the US? Committees or authors, are they protected?
Pourriez-vous nous donner des exemples?
Can you give us some examples?
Sure. So court costs are probably maybe the leading issue. It always have been here in the United States. If you look back, at all of the litigation against catalogs, against authenticity boards, the authenticity boards almost always win. Again, because they're exercising their right to have an opinion, and it's almost always the case that the claims are dismissed. Of course, the most famous one being the lawsuit brought by Joe Simon Whalen against the Andy Warhol Authentication Board for antitrust claims. Again, the board won after 3 years of intensive litigation, but reportedly spent around $7 million defending itself, and then a year later shut its doors. So how do we protect authors and Catalogues Raisonnés bodies? Well, we tried in New York in around 2014, the New York City Bar Association's Art Law Committee drafted and sponsored a bill in New York to amend its art and cultural affairs laws to protect art authenticators from frivolous lawsuits, and basically shifting fees, which we don't normally do here, so that in the case of an authenticator, an expert who wins in court, that they would be entitled to recover their attorney's fees. Unfortunately, and I was the chair of this committee for several years, we tried to get the law passed for about 4 years, but the lobby of trial lawyers groups in New York was too powerful to overcome, so we were not able to get it passed. But what we do see, certainly in a case in 2019, which was the Mayer Gallery bringing a lawsuit against the Agnes Martin Catalogues Raisonnés LLC, they sought damages against the catalog for the range of things that we always see. But here, the key difference was, even though, again, the Catalogues Raisonnés committee won in court, the submission agreement that the gallery signed when they submitted the works to have them authenticated provided for fee shifting. And in that case, the Agnes Martin Catalogues Raisonnés recovered its legal fees from the plaintiff. So the moral here is there's some protection, and that protection really has to come contractually by an authenticating body, and any U.S. authenticating body that's advised by counsel will certainly have a fee-shifting provision in the submission agreement, and those fee-shifting agreements are normally upheld. But it doesn't protect, however, unfortunately, our experts and others who are not in the position to have a fee-shifting agreement signed, but who are just giving their opinion. They would still not be protected. But authenticating bodies that receive works are in a good position to make sure that the submission agreement has a good fee-shifting agreement.
Thank you, Stephen. Amanda?
If I can just add to that from a UK perspective, if you look at some of the foundations that do authenticate or they look at artworks, a variety of them limit or try to limit their liability. So in terms of the scope of their work, what they do or they don't do. So many won't issue certificates of authenticity. Some of them are very clear that they've cessated, so stopped any form of authentication, though they are creating Catalogues Raisonnés, which probably would be used, you're either in or you're out, as an authentic work. Others have very express limitations of liability and qualifications about what their work product or their report can or can't be used for. But similarly, there is this paucity of actual litigation around this area, but there's an understandable concern. If you're a Catalogues Raisonnés writer, if you're a member of a foundation, and you want to go down this route of being the body, the authenticating body, there is a risk. There is a risk that someone, somewhere, could bring a claim, either for negligence or some other form of tort, or something else. They might say it's fraudulent misrepresentation or other forms of misrepresentation, and you're still burdened with those costs, whether it's a pre-action stage or otherwise. So it is a concern. There's been so much discussion. I really would like to see moves through forums like this and in the wider sort of network globally to see if there are some forms of guidelines or some kind of guidance we can put in place for protection, because it's such an important tool in terms of Catalogues Raisonnés, in terms of protecting the oeuvre of the artist, etc.
Donc, Amanda, si je comprends bien la situation.
So, Amanda, if I've understood how things stand in the UK, it's pretty similar to what's going on in the US. In other words, even if the committee wins in court, the costs are lost. You don't recoup your lawyers' fees.
It's actually worse in the UK in terms of cost recovery for us by a long stretch. If you win, you only get approximately 55 to 60% of your costs as a victorious party. So it's a worse cost regime. It's not as favorable as the US. So people come with a perception that the cost regime is as in the US, where in fact it's not. And the court goes line by line through all your costs, red line, so it's not great.
Yes, thank you. Merci.
Thanks very much. And in France, Olivier, where do things stand with course costs in France? In France, there's a Civil Procedure Code, Article 700, which provides that you can ask for the reimbursal of court costs from the losing party, but in practice, these are appraised by the court in an empirical fashion and without being overly generous, it must be said. So if you you're never going to get the genuine recuperation of costs. And this includes any action, including Catalogues Raisonnés. There's a trend among lawyers now to produce invoices themselves so that the court has a better understanding of the real costs. And sometimes that's how things go. All right, so if I read the last decision of 4th of September 2025, the foundation asked 20,000 euros and the judge gave them 3,000 euros. Is that right? Well, in all likelihood, it spent more than 20 grand, I would imagine, for the court action. Okay, so Benjamin, as a notary who advises directly with artist families and their beneficiaries, maybe you use a similar approach to that detailed by Stephen, working ahead of time, having some waivers or certain provisions in the terms and conditions that are used by a committee before any authentication is done. Well, delivering authentication certificates by committees, as we heard earlier on, there are as many committees as Catalogues Raisonnés, as there are experts that provide authenticity certificates. So you have to deliver said certificates differently from one committee to the next, or from one expert to the next. Sometimes when it's found that the association will be issuing said certificates, either you clarify in the internal regulation of the association there'll be specific modalities to receive an authenticating certificate, and based on the case, based on where that committee operates, often there will be a deliverance of a certificate only if the work is physically produced, to enable experts or members of the committee to express an enlightened view, compelling the person to receive the certificate to avoid having any facsimile emerge. It wants to make sure that the person safeguards the work to avoid forgery. Anyway, it's not only one single opinion from the committee, from one individual, it's the committee as a whole. Looking at case law, looking at personal liability of issuers of authentication certificates, it's similar to Catalogues Raisonnés in case law. What you want to find is whether the opinion which is expressed in the certificate is an opinion which has been subject to preliminary work, thorough research, because it's not necessarily going to manifest the truth unless you use the triangulation message by Restellini and have a lab operating under his authority to run analytical work on the material properties of a work. Otherwise, you're fumbling in the dark, and you're only operating with the certitude you're going to have, and maybe the courts, therefore, will operate under that same degree of certainty. But there has to be meticulous, thorough work, analysis on the work, and that can be detailed and archived. And it's not somebody just expressing a view, because, well, that's their gut feeling. That's what's going to be set in motion in the committee's deliberation. Now, either it's framed in a procedure that's available to people that are going to be producing work. You know, basically, if you want a certificate from us, well, you're going to have to make sure that you bring the work. You have to make sure that, you know, you have to tick boxes, and all these rules may differ from one committee to the next, because each situation is different.
Et, on va juger de la qualité d'un certificat, que ce soit en justice ou de la part de la personne qui va réclamer ce certificat, en fonction d'un seul critère, qui est le critère de la confiance. Et ce critère de confiance, il va être le corollaire d'une rigueur de la personne qui va déterminer ce certificat. Mais si on peut le faire en fonction des personnes qui sont les membres de ce comité, en fonction des moyens matériels et humains qu'ils peuvent avoir, en fonction de leur localisation, on va essayer de déterminer des règles qui seront des règles assez précises pour montrer à la personne qui va demander un questionnaire ou un certificat, lui dire voilà comment ça se passe, on est sérieux et on ne délivrera pas de certificat pour lequel on prendra un risque de responsabilité, parce que notre démarche est une démarche professionnelle.
Oui, merci. D'où l'intérêt de consulter, par exemple, un notaire spécialisé dans ces questions-là pour que l'auteur se sente protégé, pour qu'il ait des règles de...
So that there are rules on this, so that the opinions are clear and well established. So you have to have a lawyer to say that you have to understand through pedagogy there's not just one rule which is imposed. This is a domain where there's really a case of liability, and if there's not any effort of analysis and explanation, this is what you have to do to show that the committee who expresses an opinion, they have to pay attention to the way in which the opinion is expressed. Either they can say this work is authentic, or they can say my opinion is that, or they can have a certificate saying this is referenced in the archive that I have, or in the CR that's been produced. But then depending, there can be other precautions taken. In the current state of knowledge, there are other possibilities as well. Okay. Benjamin, you raised a question which was interesting, and I put this question to Stephen. So by listening to Benjamin in France, we have the impression that including a work in a CR and authenticating a work is the same thing, i.e. the two things are linked and are automatic. So what about the situation in the US? Do you consider that the author of a CR, by including a certain work in that catalogue, considers it to be authentic, or if they don't include a work, does that mean that this work is forged?
I think they're two separate questions. The first one, I think it's pretty clear that including a work in a catalog is an expression of an opinion that the work is authentic. I think what's become more common nowadays is when you don't include a work in a catalog. Normally, the submitting party gets some sort of a correspondence or letter back saying, thank you for your submission. We have to inform you that we are not going to include the work in the catalog, without expressly, in that case, not expressly saying that we think the work is inauthentic. But I think, from a market point of view, as we know, the failure to include a work in a catalog says to the market, particularly if it's a well-respected catalog, that the work is not authentic and then probably not sellable. So I think there's some difference in a positive expression of inclusion and then a negative one, which I think has some ambiguity, but I think the market basically reads it as an opinion of inauthenticity, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Stephen. Amanda and Royaume-Uni.
Yeah.
So
to the market if it's not included in the CR. I mean, there are also, it's very interesting to hear about living artists as well, those that choose to de-author works for which there is a body of circumstantial evidence that would indicate that the work was actually created by the hand of that particular artist. And it is in their toolbox of powers that they can de-author. And there can be consequences both in terms of marketability and value. Again, the buyer approaches and thinks, the auction house, right, okay, are we going to include it or not? Banksy typically also won't authenticate or produce certificates of authenticity for street art. So the Banksy bollards, etc. We're involved with a sale where there were street works. There's a monograph where there's half of a caravan where he's clearly seen spray painting it at a music festival. That too isn't acknowledged, or it's not acknowledged by Pest Control, his authenticating body, as being by Banksy. And those works aren't. The deals are done, things are settled, other works are swapped for those, but he won't authenticate those. I saw those go to auction, and there are problems with sale. I mean, they did not have the Pest Control certificate because he just doesn't touch the street artworks. An opposing body of dealers on that occasion set themselves up as vermin, as a counterbody in order to authenticate, but it wasn't a fly, it wasn't a goer at all. So those works didn't sell, so they made themselves unsaleable. So if you have works that are out there and they don't have the right CR, there's a question mark over them, the auction house will be looking at them thinking, well, how are we going to describe this? Are we going to include them? And along with other aspects, it's one of the things that would indicate whether the work is right or not, and whether it's worth the value as being asked.
Thank you. Olivier, en France,
in France, including work in a CR, does that automatically mean that it's an authentic work and vice versa? Well, for the market, I think yes. If a work is included in the CR, that means it's authentic. But then sometimes there are things which is quite dangerous to say it's referenced in the archive, so we don't really know if it's a good work or if it's been altered or whatever. So my impression is that if an expert, including an author or a committee, if they decide to work on a certain work, they want to express something to that, because a forgery that is in a CR that's referenced in the archives, then it's still a forgery, but it's referenced nevertheless. So there's a problem of terminology, and I think that you have to be very specific there. Thank you. Benjamin, a new question to you. Since you work directly with the beneficiaries, families of artists, so if they decide to begin producing a catalogue, what's the objective apart from commercial objectives? Well, basically, their objectives are basically commercial, but there may be other objectives that we talked about today. For example, facilitating knowledge on the work, and also to make exhibitions easier, to facilitate the work of researchers who can use it for a thesis or a publication on this particular work. So if the research is not commercial, it allows you to open up the work to the general public. So it's a kind of cultural meaning behind it as well. And but unfortunately, the commercial objectives tend to dominate because the artist's code, and so the possibility also of selling the work is very important, and so the commercial aspects are much more dominant than the other aspects. But apart from that, there's also some cultural aspects for the museums and for the academies, for the researchers, etc. So cultural work, which also contributes to the value of the artist. Do we have any questions from the room?
Stephen, is there any attempt to bring another type of legislation to the New York State legislature, or have you given up?
I think we've given up, and I'm not sure that there is the organization or the will to do it again. It's the New York State legislature is a very strange creature. It's very difficult to navigate, and there can be it's very relatively easier to prevent things from happening. So while I think it was a noble effort and worthwhile, I'm not aware that there's going to be another effort to do that.
D'autres questions?
Any other questions? Okay, last, going on. In French law, if the author of a CR is that they're consulted before the sale, and he gives an opinion, isn't he considered as an expert in that particular stage? So you always save the trick questions for the end. Well, this is what I was saying before. On the one hand, you have jurisprudence that says that the author of the catalogue is free to express themselves and is not responsible. But then everybody in this room is waiting for the inclusion in the catalogue to authentify the work. So it is a kind of expertise. But on the other hand, you have the expert for the inventory, for the sales. That person has a mission of authentifying a work to allow a transaction to take place. So basically, they do the same type of work but in a different context. I think that the author of a CR does have the work of an authentication expert. And there's a legal decision, or there was in the past, but now the legal decision almost exonerates them of any liability. So so we could talk about this kind of case for hours, but we have to kind of analyze this. There are some nuances, but basically the general trend today is that they're not responsible, whereas before they had limited responsibility if they'd committed an error, an intentional error. So there were certain criteria, but they didn't recognize the fault or the intention. And it's possible that jurisprudence has evolved to another position. Thank you.
D'autres questions?
Any other questions?
Comment vous verriez
How would you see? How would you solve this problem, legally speaking? You're talking about immunity, as if there were no safeguards for the author. So the first safeguard for the CR and for the cataloguer is unfortunately the market. So if you just do any old thing, you run the risk of being considered negatively. So how, legally speaking, would you see a change to this immunity? Well, to remain quite humble. So you're talking about the market here. I think that the market has to have enough courage to, clean things up. But this is an important issue, the issue of credibility for a committee of artists. It's not really down to the notary, the judge, or whatever. It's the market that will judge them. So the market will have to know who the bad authenticators are, and they would have to have the courage, not necessarily to say this because this would lead to lawsuits, but at least not to consult them. And perhaps these are things that you might see in some sales catalogues. But you can say there's no certification of authenticity from such and such committee. So it's information, and it's a reservation which kind of protects the expert. That we're saying, we inform you that we did not carry out this work. So it's basically saying we don't trust this committee. But then giving more responsibility, liability, I think that jurisprudence will evolve in this kind of situation. There are always some kind of effects. So things change, and there are always exceptions and evolution. So in 5-10 years, if we had the same conference, I think that we would have a much more nuanced situation. Thank you.
Can I just add
Yes.
just a follow-on? Sorry,
Yes,
so it's a
Amanda?
bit of delay. Similarly, if you have conflicting catalogue raisonnés, there's an assessment by the market. So, for example, they will weigh up which is who is the expert in this particular field. There may be a number of suitors out there in terms of we've written catalogues, etc., or they may be trumped in terms of quality, etc. So I think a similar thing is done. But it does come back to the market. It was to my earlier point as well, that if the court has made a pint on a particular work, but the expert opinion is something else, the art market decides if it goes to market about who they're going to follow and who they're going to believe.
Thank you. Oui, il y avait une question plus loin. Plus de questions. Bon, on m'indique que nous avons encore...
So we have a bit of time left, which is very lucky. So I'm going to take this opportunity to ask Olivier to give a more detailed explanation on the idea of forgeries in France. Forgeries, where does the complexity come from? How do we proceed in the committee? And when you have a forgery to deal with. So it's an issue of vocabulary. So the idea of forgery doesn't exist. A forgery is a false document so that you can obtain an advantage, like a false ID card. So there's no rule that tells you this is a false painting. So this can be the description might correspond to reality. It's by Modigliani from such and such a year. So this is within a kind of contractual framework. You've taken an engagement in terms of the authenticity. In terms of counterfeiting, this is the imitation of pre-existing work, either partially or fully, and this is a violation of copyright. You cannot copy somebody's right. And then there's a third incrimination, that is the idea of artistic fraud, goes back to 1815. And this is about the false signature on work. So this text was discussed at the National Assembly because its the scope of application is very limited. It just concerns protected works protected by copyright. And there's a list of the categories of works that are concerned by this, but it's about fine arts in the 19th century, sculpture, etc. So this eliminates photography and various installations, but the text is very restricted. But if you're not dealing with counterfeiting, so if you have a cubist painting with a signature by Picasso, but you're showing the Mademoiselle de Avignon, you can use that particular law. So very briefly, so it's got a bit of legal vocabulary. So you talked about something which was interesting, the signature by the artist. And I think we have Deborah with us today. She used a special procedure to protect the signature of San Francisco. So it'd be interesting to get her take.
This probably could be a New York conversation as well as a French law conversation. We have an issue. We work with artists' rights societies and ADAP and, different societies for copyright of the images. But what happens is that we have a difficulty when there are reproductions of artworks that are then sold on the market, on every internet, mostly that you try to reach and you can't reach anybody to tell them to pull them off the market. And so we can't really call them forgeries, although they are. I mean, they're unauthorized reproductions, I guess is probably the best word. And we've had to actually we've had to hire an international attorney to trademark his Sam Francis's signature and our logo stamp, our estate stamp, because it's used on all kinds of works. We find the stamp, and then that was the only way they told us that we could have any recourse to get those unauthorized reproductions off the market. So I'm curious about making that process. Is there some sort of easier international way for us to be able to, from the States, it's really difficult to hire an attorney in Europe, for example, or in Asia or Russia or whatever, wherever the sites are. So it is one of the issues that we are finding a lot of problem with.
Merci, Deborah. Stephen, do you know similar cases when a signature of an artist was registered as a trademark? Pardon, je repose la question en français. Steven, connaissez-vous un cas similaire où la signature de l'artiste serait brevetée?
Sorry, do you know, so the signature of an artist, when it's been sort of presented as a trademark, do you know any cases like that?
I mean, it's an interesting idea. I think, trademark is its own body of law, and it would have to be a sort of distinctive mark. In terms of the reproductions on the market, it's complicated because obviously, they're infringing on copyrights, which is sort of well recognized, and there's good law on it, and you can use it to get works off the market. The problem is that when you've got a lot of them, the cost of trying to enforce intellectual property, I would say probably the same thing with trademark as well, it's expensive to go to court to try to, to recover either damages or the works. And that's why a lot of, owners of IP don't do that because it's too difficult.
Thank you.
Je peux peut-être dire un mot du droit.
Can I talk about trademarks? So we're moving away from CRs, from Catalogues Raisonnés, but trademarks is very specific. So you can use these for fighting counterfeit online. So if you have forged posters that are distributed. So internet sites, of course, it's very costly to go to court. But if you use copyrights and verification services, these platforms will say, well, I don't know whether you've got the copyright on this, but if you say, well, I have registered this under number such and such for Pablo Picasso, and here you have works that are not authorized, they remove them, they take them down automatically. It's a standard procedure. So it's a way of fighting against counterfeiting rather than fighting against the distribution of non-authorized works.
I'm using it at the moment with a client in respect of three-dimensional works. So I'm working with an estate, and they are three-dimensional works. We know that there are fake works out there in circulation, along with the Catalogues Raisonnés project, in terms of also making sure we've got a detailed inventory that's come direct from the artist's family. We've also trademarked both the signature and also the mark, because of the nature of the objects, these would be used, and that would be the first place people would look at on the base of the object to confirm whether something is legitimate or valid, etc., or not. So we've taken a similar course. But I appreciate your frustrations because you have domestic laws across the globe, different applications, etc. It costs a lot to register trademarks in each jurisdiction, but it is a tool in the armory. But I imagine, and hearing everyone's conversation throughout the day as well, not everyone can afford a Catalogues Raisonnés. There are so many artists out there that just can't. They need the Catalogues Raisonnés in order to protect the legacy, etc., and also to raise it up. And it's not accessible to them. But it's one of the tools in the armory, albeit a bit of a costly one.
Merci. Nous avons sans doute beaucoup d'auteurs de Catalogues Raisonnés aujourd'hui ici dans le public.
We have lots of authors of CRs in the room. What would your opinion be in terms of fighting against these forgeries on eBay, Amazon that are sold for very little? Is this a concern? It should be a concern for the committee. Should the author take time? Or perhaps it's not a waste of time. Perhaps it's a serious consideration for the author of a CR. It is a real concern for authors, where if on a platform you have loads of different works, and so they're using the artist's name, they've got, and this creates a lot of confusion. And if you ask them to be taken down in France, you can do this a bit, but in the US, you can't do it at all. So I think that it is a real issue, and it's very damaging. Especially if you want to get an artist published, and to have all these counterfeits of these works which are assimilated. So we really do need to intervene, perhaps not ourselves, but the platforms need to respond to this, because if you contact the platforms, they don't do anything. So you have many more tools with the law on trademarks. And you also have control services for the platform. And often they take these down. But then as soon as it's taken down, it goes back up again. So, but it's not as expensive as all that to register a trademark, and so this allows you to be understood with which can be imposed on these platforms. I'm not saying that, we're going to go to court on this, but that would be disproportionate, but it allows us to clean things up on the internet.
There's also the other issue about AI. I was just going to mention AI as well. So images we've had lots of conversations and heard from lots of people about digital and the protections and security that people have in place. But images could be taken, copied, etc., which is damaging because the works could be passed off or described as being by X artists when in fact they're not. They're AI generated. Two, there's a problem for the market for that particular artist as well in terms of value.
D'autres questions?
Yeah, sometimes you've got sellers of work over internet who present the work of an artist, whereas it's not actually the work of that artist. Now, maybe that holds true for less famous painters, but when you come across names of artists, you come to sellers' platforms, but they're not actually selling that person, that artist's work.
Comment faire?
So how do you address that situation? Well, I suppose it goes to show that this is a concern for all authors, for all Catalogues Raisonnés. All right. Are there any other questions? I'd just like to return to authentication and the inclusion of a work in CR. I understand there's different domestic law. For a committee that's in France, for example, and that has to issue an authenticity certificate or include a work for a request that emanates from outside France, what's the best way to safeguard yourself then? Well, the best way is to create an outfit to protect the people, and then it's the outfit that is responsible for the authentication process. So that protects you. That is a safeguard. Because also you need to have terms and conditions of authentication with reservations, the choice of applicable law, a contract which safeguards and that could be straightforwardly imposed by the authenticator, because either you sign the contract or you don't. But do you want your authentication certificate? But of course, as Benjamin Daucher said, each committee has its own objectives, its own way of working. But it's the contract. The contract will impose things, impose upon the requester to provide all required documentation spontaneously, to hand over the work, that there is a limited liability in space and time. There's lots of scope here. So the contract as an instrument is a way of framing the relationship. And in an international arena, sorry, Stephen, but you want to avoid American courts. If you're going to choose applicable law, mate, you're going to save a lot of cash by not going to America.
Just make it the law of England.
You've got to make it the law.
Make it the law of England.
Stephen? These are straightforward tools.
I don't disagree with you. Avoiding the U.S. courts and being in France is probably good. But I think the same thing holds here. I think authenticating bodies that are in the position of receiving submissions are best situated, because you can define the scope, you can define what the expectations are, the choice of law, the choice of forum where you get to sue, and the allocation of attorney's fees. So to me, in many ways, the authenticating bodies like that, can contractually protect themselves. It's other experts who don't always have that kind of protection, who are not necessarily dealing with submissions, or it's a little bit harder. If I could just sort of throw out one additional thing that that I've been seeing more of here, which is and we're all in favor of protecting experts and authenticators from frivolous lawsuits. I've actually been occasionally now on the other end, at least twice, where because catalogs often have the kind of, and foundations that are authenticating have the kind of market power that they have, they have sometimes stepped out of their role and have attempted to keep things off the market, not necessarily because they are inauthentic, but for other reasons, such as maybe the artist never really intended to have these, even though he created them, to have them sold on the market, or that the artist didn't intend to have them displayed in a certain way, or removed from, a book, for example, and having work sold separately. So I think I've seen some of these problems where foundations trying maybe to protect a legacy or maybe protecting something else have, I guess, in my view, overstepped their mandate and I think have created some issues for themselves.
That can also, to your point, Steve, arise where they have holdings of said artists. So there is a question there that potentially, if I was on that side, you'd be considering, okay, are they wholly independent? Is there a potential conflict of interest here? Where does it place the Catalogues Raisonnés in terms of how much weight should be put to it? Are there other factors at play? And I also mentioned the de-authoring point as well, when you have a living artist or an estate following on. So I know, Nick, I think you dealt with the standing male nude for Freud. So Nicky's story over there, in terms of Lucian Freud work, where Freud himself wanted to de-author a work, but it was proved that it was actually by Freud with a collector. So you get these situations, whether it is like artist-led or maybe estate-led, that there are these question marks. There's another category that's quite interesting, where they might not yet be authenticated, or they may be unfinished works, but they might be legitimate in terms of work. So where do they fit? Because different CRs take different authenticating bodies, take different viewpoints on that, and they might be right, those works, but they're not going to be included. So different decisions, and again, it's sort of led by the market, but it's a fascinating area. It's one that always gives, but there's a whole sort of variety of different issues that can arise.
That's an interesting point about the artist authoring, because in the United States we have the VARA Act too. So if there's a problem with the artwork, I don't know if it's international or not, actually, if the work gets damaged and you fix it, and the artist doesn't approve of what you've done to it, they can say that's no longer my work. And so then you've documented it and it's authenticated, and then suddenly it's no longer a work by the artist. And so how does the Catalogues Raisonnés deal with that? And so is that something that happens internationally, or is it just in the United States? I'm not sure.
Sur la recommandation d'Olivier Debact.
Olivier Debact case, applicable law was chosen for France. I can tell you a recent experience, by the way, that came from that. There was a graphic artist that signed a contract with a Chinese museum and received a 42 contract in 42 pages in Chinese and English with a clause stating, well, the English and Chinese didn't agree. And if English and Chinese didn't agree, then it's Chinese law that would prevail, which would be authoritative. So it's worthwhile having a contract read before you sign it. Thanks, Benjamin. And then to come back to Deborah's question, by way of summary, there's a law in the States according to which if a work done by an artist is modified or restored by a third party, and the artist subsequently doesn't approve said modification or repair work, in that case, that work wouldn't be seen, wouldn't be seen as authored by the individual? Well, you mentioned the VARA case, and perhaps I should detail it. It's Visual Rights Artists Act, which is a New York legislation, if I've got that right or wrong. Anyway, there's a moral right that exists. It doesn't exist really in American copyright, but in French law, we recognize moral rights quite considerably. So if a piece of work was altered, the author can be opposed to it's being seen as still authentic. If he's not responsible for the repair work, he doesn't agree with the repair work. All right, then. So to conclude, I have a question, an open question. By listening to our lawyers and our notary, sometimes you get the feeling that there's no law. The legislation isn't really tailored to people who do catalogue raisonnés for the art market, and sometimes you have to find other instruments or other ways of protecting yourself. So, in your view, would it be better to reform, to introduce legal reform, going to the art market? Would there be potential improvements that you'd like to see? Benjamin is leaping up to answer. Well, in French legislation, I can tell you, it's very favorable to cataloguers, because we just said, unless there's a manifest wrongdoing, the catalogue is simply not liable. So my recommendation is don't touch. And everybody, of course, is very enthusiastic about CRs in this room, but it is a niche subject. And there's so many laws, and too many laws, I would say, that my answer would be no. Court decisions are enough as time goes by. And in the UK, and maybe the US, you have a view?
I think I agree. There are laws there, and it's a very narrow thing. So if you want to protect yourself, make sure that your frame of reference and how you engage with people who are submitting works is clear. Make sure that you have. Benjamin talked about how things are done, so there's a clear procedure, so you can reference it. If a claimant's bringing a claim to say you didn't include my work in the Catalogues Raisonnés, well, one, they've got the costs. Two, they've got the burden of proof in terms of all of this. So they're in for a long game. They've got to prove that you were negligent. You've got to go through all these hoops. So the best thing is to make sure that you have a process. You talked about the triangulation system that Marc mentioned, which seems very sensible and very thorough, and covers all bases. So if you can apply that and also have your limitation of liability and terms of engagement and the contract that we've talked about, that's the best way forward. But the case authorities you've heard has been quite favourable, all in all.
Yep.
And well, just to compléter en fait ce qui est
and to pick up on something, the decision I cited to protects authors of CRs through European legislation of freedom of expression and declaration of Article 10.2 of the Convention for Freedom of Expression. Now, of course, press freedom is a fundamental right. But you're not going to reform that only on the basis of a CR. And the reason why this the case law is so protective is because judges felt compelled to stay within the context of freedom of expression. So this overall issue remedies the smaller issue, lex generalis and lex specialis. So I think it's worthwhile putting the question to Steve, because it's much more topical in the US. To know whether we need fresh law or not. Steve?
Yeah, I tend to agree with everyone who's just spoken in this in the sense that the law in the United States and New York in particular, because that's where a lot of the lawsuits are brought, is very favorable to authors of catalogs, and almost every single case gets decided in favor of the authors of catalogs for the same reason that Olivier was stating. It's well recognized that catalogs, authenticating bodies, are entitled to their opinions, and that's what they are. The main issue still in the United States is that litigation is expensive, and very often we see the people who bring lawsuits here are often people of means. You know, they are people who have the money to do it. And so to me, we come back to attorney's fees. And if we were to have legislation, I would still support legislation that made it clear that that a successful lawsuit by an authenticating body, that they're entitled to recover their attorney's fees. I'm not sure that we're in an environment right now where that's likely, but if we were to have any kind of change, that would be it, because I think the substantive law is still very favorable.
Merci, Steven. Je pense que pour conclure.
Well, I think to finish, we can probably say that we're very lucky to be in France, the country that invented the Catalogues Raisonnés, and which so well safeguards authors of those works, thus far at least. So perhaps I can hand over to Mrs. Myrtille de Montoy to round off our event.
Merci, Ekaterina.
Thanks very much, Ekaterina. I'm going to be very quick, very concise, because you've had a lot of time to talk amongst yourselves and we've been hearing presentations. First of all, thank you on behalf of Drouot. We're absolutely delighted to have you here and to host a conference of this caliber. I'd also like to thank all the speakers for having come or joined us remotely very kindly. My thanks also go to you guests in attendance. Thanks to all the people who put those questions. I think we can round off simply by saying that the matter of provenance, which is so important currently in the art markets, it recalls how important it is to work transparently and very closely, this collegial work among the various protagonists, designers and authors of these catalogues, but also working in conjunction with legal professionals. Thanks very much. I hope we'll have a second edition of this event. And thanks to one and all. And perhaps I can hand over my mic. So it's been a great day, full of to and fro, very convivial, touches of humour, and how lovely it is to be all together and see each other. Because thanks to the speakers that have also come from afar, and I'd like to thank them very warmly for doing so. Thanks to all the speakers, our approach has been comparative, looking at legislation, American practices, UK and French practice. I'd also like to thank our partner and host, Drouot, who's represented by Alexander Giquenot, its chairman, and then Myrtille Montoy, the vice president, who's just offered some concluding remarks. Without these sponsors, this event would simply be impossible. And Apia R as well. Also like to thank the moderators. We're lucky enough to have Harry Bellet, who's a major art historian, a major journalist in our French daily, Le Monde, who hosted alongside Ekaterina, who's our chairwoman at CRIS, who brought us all together. And I think we really should thank her very warmly. They were brilliant in managing the debates, and they also had fabulous speakers, because our speakers have been fabulous, high quality. You've shared your expert views, and really thank you for the wealth of information that you give. And of course, the audience which is here, thank you very much for your contribution. Experts have come together, and we've offered an international scope to our discussions. And I think that this conference has reached its goal. Very often, we're locked into our own little walled garden, aren't we? In our field, in our country, at a time when exchange of practices and experiences between various protagonists to find joint solutions is absolutely crucial. We can see that today. It's come through forcibly, because in a short space of time, obviously we're around for a very short time, but these CRs have been around for ages. They'll be here when we've well gone. And I think this conference has met its goal. We talked a great deal. Obviously, we can find solutions ultimately that engender fresh problems, but that produces new approaches. So the Catalogues Raisonnés, quite clearly, is essential in today's art market as a benchmark authentication instrument, but also it means that it can produce an acknowledgement of the long-lasting quality of the artist. There are many artists as there are Catalogues Raisonnés, but look at methodology. We saw that everybody had their own approach. Each artist, each Catalogues Raisonnés needs to reflect, needs to mirror the work of the artist, but there needs to be rigor underlying that. And I think that's come through very clearly, because in the art market, it's the art market that brings down their heavy stick or not. And that way there needs to be methodology, but also scientific rigor. And I think that was shown very clearly. There's lots at stake. And then we've heard about ethics, we've heard about legal matters, transitioning into digital hybrid formats. We're delighted to have had this to and fro. We're moving towards solutions, but at the same time, new approaches, new problems emerge in parallel. So by way of conclusion, it's these challenges that lie before us that we need to grapple with. And that's why CRIS exists, to offer a forum, some sort of arena where we can exchange our respective experiences that is addressed to cataloguers, as well as everybody, auctioneers, researchers, art historians, so that all together we can collegially find the best solutions that aren't one size fits all, but at least tailored to each artist. So I urge you to join CRIS. It's very straightforward. You've got documents, forms where with which you can provide your details, or you can sign up on our website. And you also can sign up to our newsletter as well. So there's a huge number of things to deal with. And we're not going to stop here. I think each speaker could have spoken for many, many days on his or her individual topic. Anyway, thanks very much to one and all. And I'm thinking very much about Noemi, because who's bringing us together? Well, it's the artists. So big thank you to the artists as well.